The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, anybody out there? Also a wee bit late putting up the label, I forgot to click it. I normally have it when the countdown's happening and the laser robot comes out. Hope everybody's been good. Well, what is it, a massive 3 people watching? I know, 5. See how we go though. It's all been smooth sailing today, but yeah, there's a lot more work to do now because the domains have changed some of the way they accept streams now. So I have to edit a configuration file for those domains instead of having a generic one which automatically fills it in for you. So I assume it's all working alright on the Rumble and whatnot, which has changed, and Pill's changed the way it does the side pop out now. Before it wasn't popping out, it was actually popping into the same window, which was good the way I was using it the old way, because that's what I wanted, but I suppose it's better having it popping out now using this new chat. Like, if I only made it, I see it was scrolled up here. Just hats up. What's that? What's up? All the hats are up. Haven't worn a hat for a long time. In fact, my cowboy hat from Australia, damn thing shrunk. It's a wee bit too tight now. Just shrunk enough, 3 or 4 millimeters, I guess. Yeah, donation already. Don't give up. Yeah.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Don't give it up, man. I am here.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to keep going when everything's against you, you know. Money, problems with tech, dying. Now we got the summer coming, it's going to get hot. And the computer's going to struggle. So yeah, I'll just post up this here and I'll see if we can do those 10 giveaways. Okay. Don't need that now. 10 giveaways, I'll do that now. Hopefully it works. Thanks for the £10 anyway. Yeah, so That means I've got at least £10. I'm pretty much out of cash until Tuesday, payday. Got to pay the bank, credit card fees and all that. And I got Sarah in the bank, of course. That's pretty much every week though. I'll get on top of it eventually. As long as I don't have to keep spending my money. And the outside camera decided to come alive this week. Maybe because it's warming up. I think it's got some sort of moisture sensor in it. As soon as it goes below a certain temperature, it turns itself off inside. I see it's a common fault with some of these turret cameras, because of course they're not perfectly sealed like other cameras, and they have air vents where it rotates and moisture gets in there, cold air gets in there and then condenses. And of course then it freezes up if it gets too cold, it freezes up the grease on the cogs that makes it rotate and it fights. So they're not perfect. I don't think the Chinese know how to make cameras for extreme temperatures to extreme negative temperatures for some reason. They got no sort of, they copy, but they've not got any quality assurance to improve things, you know. They're not able to improve things, or very limited. Apart from the watches, they made the watches better, so you could just use the watch like a smartphone directly without any stupid Apple phone in the pocket or whatever. That's one thing they have done good, where they've researched it and improved, rather than just copying other people. Yeah, I wouldn't want anything else other than my SWAT watch when I go out and about, because it fits on the wrist, and it's about 3 inches long and 2 inches high, and you can just read it perfectly. Unless you get eye drops and stuff done at the eye hospital, of course, and then you can just use Google Voice on it to tell it to phone people whenever or send a message. So yeah, it's quite good. You don't need to carry one of these big, huge screen phones around. Most of the time. I just have one on the table here though, because they are handy, you know, the cameras are handy in them as well. Okay, we should we finished with that. Is it working alright? I think so. Haven't forgotten something, have I? Anyway, I better do these let's see, where's the dollar sign? Yeah, it still doesn't scroll properly. Super stickers. Have to pop it out. Oh god, they've changed that too. Timestamps. And we got no timestamps now. That's an option, is it? Alright, yep. No, let's add it in. Moderation activity. I'm not sure if you need to turn that on or not. Pop out chat. Okay, let's see where it goes. Probably need to get rid of that add-on, that old add-on. I left it on there as a backup in case this other one fails. What are we saying here before I do it? You're gonna let them win. Who's that? You mean all the haters? Yeah, I think I got quite a few people against me though. I think I've caused a lot of damage to some of them. I won't be surprised if it's security. He apparently has people working on the inside of Google. We're all on the same boat. Money is hard to come. Easy go, hard come. Yeah, in the UK, your benefit system is crazy. But over here, they would struggle. And now they're bringing in, the new government's bringing in this, you got to go to these, like Salvation Army type jobs. You got to do what they tell you to do, go and work there for 2 weeks, free of charge, on all these different organisations. Which really sucks, because I had to do that in Australia. After 2 weeks of losing my contract in Australia, I decided to go on the dole over there, and it was like torture. They treat you different if you're not a born-bred Australian as well. Despite I was paying enough tax that they're going to pay me back in one day, I was paying at least 5 or 6 times a week. So I was keeping 6 people on the unemployment benefit for my taxes that I was earning as a contractor. And yet they were really reluctant to give me back 1/6 of it to live, and that would only just cover the rent. I didn't have any money left for food, power, internet, and gas. So yeah, it was really sucky. In fact, my parents had to bail me out some of the funds, but I managed to get back some government system where they pay it into their bank account and they give it to you when you retire. I managed to get 5,000 back out of that to pay off the credit card, so that was good. After 2 years, it maxed out to 5,000, and I was just using it for food in that time. No one cares. Once you lose your job, all the people that I used to know that I worked with pretty much just forgot about me. Didn't pop around, didn't bring food with them if they did show up, and they expected me to give them drinks and stuff, and my cupboards were bare. But you know who your real friends are when you're in difficult times. But yeah, it was an eye-awakener, and I've learned a lot about people in the process. Selfishness and all that sort of stuff is pretty extreme out there. Of course, that was 20 years ago now, and I've only just gradually, slowly gone downhill since then. I haven't progressed out of the pit that they put me in. I was targeted individual by the bosses, and they made it so that I could never get work in IT again, pretty much, because of the way the system works. Yeah, there are military men also. One was an ex-British Army guy, and the other ones were all Australian ex-Army guys. And they ran the place like an army rather than a business. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about that. Tell you, I've got lots of experience. I've been almost out in the street. I had like $20 left, and I had paid up the rent for a couple of weeks, and I had 2 weeks to hope for either I could get on the dole or get a job. I was doing interviews and doing all I can, and I decided to spend my last $20 sending some cancer medication that I had come across, natural remedy stuff, that I used to get better, because I was really sick at the time. I didn't know what was causing it, but it turned out to be my gallbladder that I was living with for 20 years. Doctors couldn't figure it out and all that sort of business. But yeah, I decided to spend that last money and I was making plans in my head how I'm going to pack all the stuff up and just maybe try to find a spot in the forest with the spiders and snakes and all the nasty insects in Australia, and try and hide out, you know, because people dob you in and the police come along and then coach you off and leave all your stuff behind for people to steal. Yeah, it was a difficult time, and I was all by myself. I didn't have any family there. Yeah, so that sort of links back into that out of body episode I did where I talked about getting dreams of the future. One of them was some stuff that happened in Australia, and it sort of went slow motion when it happened. So I've talked about that in the past as well. I know it sounds strange. I still can't figure out why I had these particular dreams, but it was warnings pretty much. Warning dreams. It's like people were saying that you're in the Matrix and you got to pre-look at the future. Trying to warn you, do not go down this path, or do not go and get a job with this company because it's going to end up being bad. Because that's basically what my vision was. Do not take the job with this company because the boss in it's going to be really bad. Yeah. Anyway, it's a lot in my history that you don't know about. Some of it's pretty disgusting that I could never ever talk about it. Yeah, and people use it against me otherwise, you know, even though it's not actually related to me directly. It's people that I know that were disgusting, and in Australia, and yeah, anyway, better move on before I forget what I was going to do. Yeah, I was going to do these freebies, if I can get to it. Let's see, can I get to it this time? Membership gifting. Gift for 5 now. Okay, let's just try that out. I'll catch up in the comments in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I could probably tell. I've told a few people that I know personally about what happened. But it's hard to trust people, what they do with the information, right? Especially from anyone online on the other side of the world. Why is it taking ages here? So who we got going out on the first 5? Matthew. I think that Matthew guy is the guy that gave me a lot of heartache this week over Skinwalker Ranch, which I'm going to talk about. What was his last name? I don't know. I don't think he would be following me because he didn't like me. Oh no, it's a different Matthew. That's alright then. I got a list here that's easier to read on the other screen. It doesn't still come up on. So we got 33 Norman, whatever that is. Matthew Howell, Johnny Midnight, Jess the Fog Channel, Loud Pipes Save Lives. Okay, Electro Genval. You didn't get one, but I got another 5 to give. See what Google gives them to. Okay, so let's do the next 5. I'm just zooming on the first screen at the moment. My eyes are a bit blurry today. That's the only thing that's going to slow me down today. Which one was it again? That one. And give the last 5. Here we go. Taking a while. No ding dings yet. Google's thinking about it. Who's the lucky people? Don't quite see that one. Tracy, was it? What's that one? Colorado something or other. I don't think any of our regulars is getting anything going. I can't quite read that one. So we got old classic music. That sounds like a channel that's trying to plug fair use music. Tracy, Colorado Renegade, Woo Wider, DG, Woo Widers, DG, whatever it is. Sounds like another channel name, doesn't it? Rudy Racketti. So, it doesn't sound like you got anything there, King. And who's the other guys on the side chat at the moment? There we go. We got people joining us yet? What's that popping up? We got 6 on Pilled. Thanks for joining us, guys. 4 on YouTube. Amazing. 2 on Rumble. Rumble has been a bit slack lately. Salty Nuts. Gifted the cookie. Right. On Pilled. That's a donation. Yeah, thanks for that. The problem with Pilled, though, they don't. It makes it really hard to take out the money. But yeah, they need to offer ways to spend the money, I suppose, on Pilled for membership support and upgrades or whatever. Sort of using real money, I guess. But yeah, if you've had enough people donating, I guess it'd be worthwhile there. Carrie Lake, also gifted. Thanks very much. Yeah, so people like Pilled don't use PayPal because PayPal makes it really hard for people for some reason. Matt, how's it going? Well, soon have a video transcripts for all videos. Will make search and keywords super cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of changes going on these domains. Michael, already got. Okay, I think we read your ones. I don't think I missed anyone, did I? Mostly on Pilled coming through. Who's out there on YouTube? Anybody? Thanks for joining us anyway. I got the eye operation coming up in 16th. What was that, right? About 8 days away. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think we get another show in before then. We'll see, I suppose. It could go wrong because of my crazy autoimmune system. I have to take these suppression drugs before and after the surgery, which is going to muck up my diabetes. Makes you super hungry all the time when you take these steroids that suppress the immune system, all things. The blood sugar you go up to 40 and 50 instead of being 5. Yeah, it's very difficult. I had to put in lots and lots of insulin last time I was on these pills, so it didn't work very well. But yeah, it's only for 5 days, but I have to take 33 of these damn pills. You got to taper it off. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be very well with the pills, but if you don't suppress the immune system, it won't allow the eye to repair itself, because the immune system will be attacking the cells wrongly in the eye. So it never heals and it'll always be pussy, and so yeah, it could go wrong and I could lose my eyesight altogether. So wish me luck on that. And I'm still, the immune system could destroy my nerves in the eye, so I lose my eyesight completely. It's kind of scary when you think about it. Yeah, so I try not to think about it. Anyway, I better kick off the show. Alright, I forgot to pin my website there. Now, my website has all the pay links, although one of them I probably should get rid of. Was it Swift or something? Shrill. Those guys brought in lots of different regulations and things, and they said if you don't use your account, and they gradually take out fees, which is the same as what ClickBank did, and stole lots and lots of money out of me because it never met the threshold. This is a problem with these companies, big companies. They don't pay out per week. They pay out when you meet a threshold, and if you drop out and don't put any more in, they start thinking, oh, we're not going to pay it out. So they start taking fees out of it and gradually eat away, and they steal the money. That's what ClickBank was doing, and because I wrote a book and I was selling the book on herbal health, natural cures, and then that Canadian guy, Trudeau, whatever his name was, Aussie American, he was really competitive, trying to knock me out of the top 10 on Google, and I'm pretty sure he got someone to buy the book and post it up on peer-to-peer. So I never got any more sales after that. Got pirated. Hundreds of thousands of copies went. People used it. It's good that people used it and maybe found some benefit, but it meant I couldn't even cover my website costs, which was $10 a month, I think it was. And in the end, I was making a loss. Everything I try and do in my life, there's always some nasty person that gets me. It'd be like Lue Elizondo. If he put out his book, eventually he would be making a loss because he'd just be spending more money on other things to promote it or whatever than he would be getting from sales. But these guys never seem to have any bad luck. But me, I have lots of bad luck in my life. I've tried to set up websites, so I was quite successful after I lost my job in Australia through the bad boss at selling advertising on my channel. I wrote up these programs to help people in multi-level marketing to promote themselves, or any other type of program that was similar to that. And I wrote all these little things called like paid swaps, because Google wasn't doing anything similar to that. So I was creating a method of bringing all the people, entrepreneurs, into one place where they could then sign up with each other. So I was making about 20 grand a year doing that. It wasn't stupid, and I only had back then dial-up, early internet in Australia, and then they brought in ASDL, but probably when I was just leaving the country, and New Zealand was pretty much in the same boat. But it's amazing what you can do on dial-up, and a DX66 I think I had. Oh no, it might have been a Pentium 2, a dual core. It cost me like $5,000, but over there I could write it off in taxes because I was a contractor. And unlike New Zealand, they allow you to put books and computers and depreciate it. So basically, I got back some of my tax money on that, and pretty much it paid it all back pretty much. Yeah, so anyway, best not to tell too much personal stuff. But anyway, I see you posted a few more comments there. It's just my bots. I'll post something every hour, but notice it scrolls it up here. I think that's a bug. I don't know if one of these icons fixes it or not. Scroll to the bottom. Does that scroll to the bottom now? Maybe I have to have that ticked. Let's see what happens. Yeah, keeps adding lots of functions to it, but a lot of them I don't even need. He's got hundreds and hundreds of functions. He's a good guy though. He's on Discord, we talk, and I say I got this error. He'll fix it up. That's a real developer in my eye. A normal person, and he's doing it free. He doesn't make any money out of it, although he does have buy me a coffee. Unfortunately, I can't because I haven't got money myself. So it's that situation, isn't it? But yeah, this tool has come in handy. So yeah, I did put out this message early in the week when I realized my credit card was maxed out and my bank was empty. And another week before I get pay again. Today I have 0 in the bank and 4.5 debt on credit card. If you'd like to keep me on air, some support, I guess, else I might disappear. I get 200 US a week to live on. Could you survive on that? Super thanks is one way to donate when not live on the air. You can find tip, pool, and I think that uses PayPal as well. And that goes through Streamlabs OBS website. And it comes up with a panel. Yeah. So yeah, on that link to the website you can find that it links to the out there channel .wordpress.com, which is a really cut down website, but it's free. So it brings up all your links here. It's very limited what you can do on it. That's why it looks a bit 1990s. Yeah, sure. Probably need to edit that out again. So yeah, tips. You can do tips here, I believe, and goes to Streamlabs. And it will come up in the Dance and Alien still, and it bypasses Google then. So I think it's got predefined ones. I think you can even make it a monthly donation on PayPal and credit card. YouTube video. I'm not sure what that is about. Okay. And they're the people that used to donate. Man, look, I haven't seen that person around. Wesley Snipes used to donate. Jasper was even there, and Susan, who got disheartened with the channel after there was some infighting with Charles. And Robert left after that. Everybody was against me again. They said I was lying, which wasn't true. I just hadn't told them everything that I do behind the scenes. They're saying I was using multiple accounts, and I actually had one, my own personal one, which I linked out to people that wanted to help administrate, that didn't want to join YouTube. But yeah, and half the time I was using it myself, and I used it to get round of people blocking me, so I could comment on their YouTube page, but I wasn't telling people that it was me. Sometimes I do. If I reuse it, I'll say it's me. So at the moment, Shogun I can't communicate with because Google's blocked access to him, and now they've lost him as a donator, of course, which is shooting themselves in the foot with all their censorship they do. So I have to use this other account to communicate with him, and I normally say, hey, it's Matt Paul on the alt account. So you have to have alternate accounts nowadays. Anyway, that's what that does anyway. So it does work, and you can use credit card there as well as PayPal. I think it comes up to the next level, I'm not sure. You can add a comment, get free comments. What's that one? Username. So I'm not too sure. Alright, he's number one. This guy here wasn't sure on in the end. He was donating like $30 and $20, and I thought, oh wow, someone really likes what I'm doing. But then I found out that security was hiring people and giving them money to donate and get on the inside. And I wasn't sure in the end if he was playing me or was working with the UFO hater group. And when I questioned him on it, he wouldn't answer. So he simply disappeared as well. So it was really strange. It was like Men in Black again. I even gave him a free Mick of $50, and he bought hats and t-shirts and stuff. Yeah. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, why would someone that was donating suddenly stop, you know, and not show up on the side chats anymore? It's very suspicious. Strange UFO community, it really is. But yeah, there was a time when every time I was doing a live stream, I was making about $80 to $100, and then Goofon showed up, tried to steal people from the side chat to go to his channel. And then he started attacking me in the side chats, and then I had a look at what he was up to and saw he was making lots of bad information. So I debunked him, and then he got really angry at me, saying that was wrong, and he started calling me names and fat and Bigfoot or whatever. And then he called my co-hosts names and upset them, and one of them was Charles. Charles had a medical problem. He had a back problem as well, and he was getting upset with what Goofon was saying. and he went into hospital. And after he saw that, the wife thought it was that video of Goofon attacking him that stressed him out so much. That's what I was told anyway. But then in the end, Charles ended up going to Goofon and blabbing out all our private stuff. So again, I wasn't sure if he was part of the UFO hate group as well. So you get all these people that you welcome in, end up backstabbing you and then taken off. And yet he was a really good co-host, you know. He was, I thought we got on okay. But so again, I don't know if he was part of the bad people, the government, or just lost it over some comment I made. I just don't know. The whole thing was very strange. Then he went and told Robert Farmer and put him against me, saying that Robert was saying I was lying about his back, and I said no, he's got a bad back, a broken back. No, it's not broken, Paul. You know, I said, well, if your back doesn't work, it's broken, isn't it? It's just a general term. Not broken bones, but broken. So yeah, there's all this stupidity that went on that you might not know that happened in the past. And even John got upset. John from Tucson, my first hoster, he's a gay guy. And he started deleting things, and the videos he made for promotion was on his channel, and I didn't download it and copy it, but he made this really good video talking about me and my channel and how it changed his life from following security and didn't realize how stupid he was and all this. And he deleted that video, which I was using it to promote the channel, saying, well, some people do wake up. So he never had a backup copy of it. I didn't have a backup copy of it, so I was really a bit upset about that. But yeah, he never come back after that. But he still come back asking to be friends again. He had a lot of bad luck happen to him after he did that, because I keep talking about this dark energy that protects me. Well, I don't. Well, it's a dark energy that gets the people. I say, whenever people backstab me or do nasty things to me that makes no sense, this dark energy starts affecting their lives. It's like it bounces back. So, yeah, I think Robert started getting lumps on his bum or something, he said. And he said, you're not cursed me or anything. I said, no. He said, I want to make amends and apologise and come back. And so did John. John couldn't walk. He kept collapsing or something. Yeah, like he'd be sitting down and then suddenly you'd lose control of his functions and bang his head on the table and stuff. Yeah, but he was talking to me after he trashed my Discord. Started deleting things, so I had to take him away as a moderator. So all this sort of happened in the past, and then we got to Goofon teaming up with Third Phase, and Third Phase got Dr. J to put a strike on the channel, and then people didn't want to go to Twitch, so basically we lost all those people that were following along. But now I stream everywhere, you know. I stream to the main places at the moment. We got backup now. We got different options. We're not slaves to YouTube anymore and their censorship and what they believe should be the right thing. So yeah, you can see why. You know, I've just had enough. I've had enough of all this shit. And people not supporting me, and the people that supported me, I don't know if they're really working for the government or just working with hate groups or working with security, all that sort of business, right? And when I put up my Reddit page, I still get a lot of hate. People attacking what I post, you know, and because they don't realize they can't I got this eye problem now, which has happened since the alien grey visit. So whether that's a health issue they caused with the immune system attacking my eyes, maybe they want me to lose my eyesight so I give up my channel. I don't know. There's all this sort of thing. Are they part of the Black Ops? Are they working with the government? You know, people will say you're mental. But now when I hear these people that talked about all the stuff that happened to them, and now it's related to all the bad stuff that happens to me since I've been in this field, health-wise, you know, a lot of people in ufology die of strange health problems. Who knows what the truth is anymore. Anyway, I should stop ranting. Salty nuts, how's it going? How you get the stats to show up like that on this? I wrote my own code. Part of it's using what you call robot scraping. Scrapes the stats off the admin panel that I've got open, and the other one's through API until Pilled produces an API. I'm using the scraping for now. So instead of me having to go to the other screen and scroll through all the different strings I got going out, at the moment it's 4 places. I had it up to 8 at one stage. It would be 5, but X is not working with the strings anymore. And I managed to get in contact with support, but I haven't heard since from them. So I don't know if it's been fixed. I'd have to do a test run and see if it would work. Yeah. So yeah, we've got a few people here. Rumble is the most dead for some reason. I'll just check. They have changed things, so whether they've broken things as well, who knows. So there's one watching, one mic, okay, and 728 subs there, and we only get one person shot. So what's that about? Doesn't make any sense to me. And it's the same with all these other ones, you know. These are current stats. Now, I have yet to test out BitChute streaming. That might be the thing I might have to add in. Maybe I'll get... But their chat is useless. They've got a thing called a rant box. And it deletes the comments every 5 minutes or whatever. Which is no good for presentations. When you do a presentation and you post some links that you used to explain things on the side, technical things. If you can follow what I do with the life debunks and stuff, you know. But YouTube stats keep climbing. I think most of them come from Reddit now. If it wasn't for Reddit, that would be still stuck down at 2,700. So I might be able to get 2,800. But, I was hoping to get 3,000 by Christmas, but if we can get up to 10,000 subs on YouTube, they ease up on you, because they see that as a good number. If you can get 100 people watching on a live stream, they promote you. They help you out. Anyway, I suppose we better start talking about the real stuff instead of about me and the channel and what I do here, because I'm for the greater good, right? There's some people out there that I don't particularly like, as you know, and they've let me down as well. They're showing their cards. So you can't have, I don't team up with people that promote shills and debunk shills. So if they class themselves as a debunker or truther, and they're sort of playing both sides as I see it, then I can't trust them. So I got to go alone because I have my morals, and I know not to be a hypocrite like these other people. So they can forgive little things, right? Oh, right, yeah, they might have done that in the past, but we can forgive them now. That would be like forgiving third face for all the fakes they've made, right? You know, it's like these, who controls censorship? Who's to say that's disinformation, right? This is a whole argument about the current liberals want to support censorship. So if you vote for Kamala, you're going to get censorship. If you vote for Trump, you're going to get the opposite. Or status quo, right? It's pretty bad at the moment, and it's only going to get worse if that's the case. So, yeah, we've got to vote for the right people to try and keep freedoms. And Google support the wrong side, unfortunately, and they're getting worse. And you see what's happening in the UK at the moment. It's just crazy. So, yeah. So that was talking about the donation, and of course I've been really open about my earnings and outgoings, and that's my whole life of the channel. You know, most people probably like security earn that in one episode, one video. Now, other people were doing that in a week. You know, the talking heads out there, they got 10,000 subs. So, yeah, they're making a living out of it, you know. And they pay their bills. And I've got this kind donation from a guy on Reddit. Yeah, and then we got a few other donations from Pilled and Michael King as usual. And yeah, it just shows you, you know, I got like, is it 3,000 on Twitter? And only one person donated after me posting that comment saying, help me out. So it just goes a lot to show, you know, and then you get these people donating money to people that don't need the money. They're a lot better off, you know. And they don't realize they're making lots and lots of thousands of dollars as well. And people like Secure Team, he's still got like 5,000 or 3,000 patrons. Yeah, I've got 0 still. The most I've ever had on Patreon is probably 2 or 3 people that never lasted more than 6 months, and paying $5. I had some people like John at first paying 20 and 30, and he's the one that donated this laptop I'm currently using. If he didn't donate this laptop, I would have been off air years ago, unless I could beg for money from the parents or whatever, and offer to pay them back, as well as the bank at the same time and stuff. But anyway, moving on. So you might have heard about this on that, what do you call it, Starship, NASA Starship. So here's the unknown sound is recorded by the astronaut Butch Wilmore, coming from the Starliner spacecraft. Now that apparently landed fine in the ocean without anyone inside it, because they weren't going to risk lives in it, because it had so many sensor alerts going off that it decided that wasn't worth the risk, but they could still see if they could bring it back down. And it landed flawlessly, so maybe the sensors were false positives. Alright, let's have a listen to the sound.
Houston on 2, I've got a question about Starliner.
Houston's with you, Butch. Go ahead.
There's a strange noise coming through the speaker. And I didn't know if you could connect into the Starliner and let me keep mic and let you hear. I don't know what's making it, but I don't know if there's something that maybe is connected between here and there, making that happen. But anyway, can you do that?
We can configure that, Butch. Give us a minute, and I'll call you back when it's ready.
Okay.
Station Houston on 2. We're configured for audio via hardline and CST. If you want to give us a call.
Okay, I'm in Starliner, and how do you read?
5x5. How many?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm gonna keep the mic up next to the speaker.
Copy.
Hear that?
At negative, Butch. We did not hear anything.
It's alive!
All right, Butch, that one came through. It was kind of like a pulsing noise, almost like a sonar ping.
Yeah, I'll do it one more time, and I'll let y'all scratch your heads and see if you can figure out what's going on. Here we go.
Of course, UFO shills love this.
All right, over to you. Tell us if you figure it out.
Yep, good recording. Thanks, Butch. We will pass it on to the team.
So they claim, NASA claims it was, what do you call it? Feedback. So they must have had some other mics on helmets or whatever. That was picking up the speaker output and then feeding it back into itself. But to me, when I heard that, it sounded like really consistent. Every 1 second, like a alarm system, wanting to make a beep sound. So yeah, maybe they had a mic, a headset thing beeping or something, and the mic on the headset was picking it up and feeding it into the main system somehow. I don't know. It wasn't explained. Just said it was feedback. I don't know if he's posted the update here. He probably has. Pulsing sound from speaker. Yeah, probably would have had them a bit worried, wouldn't it? Strange noise. Same thing, isn't it?
All right, Butch, that one came through. It was kind of like a pulsing noise.
Time, and I'll let y'all scratch your...
That song slowed it down. Kind of reminds me of the Alien movie. That's a really cool movie, you know, where it all wakes up. It picks up a signal and wakes up. They're coming, guys. They're coming. God, wouldn't that be scary if you had the Predator and the aliens coming here? Didn't they say it was an audio configuration issue? I thought I saw a post. They said it was feedback, but what does that mean? Someone reckons as well. Sounds like a feedback loop at 60 cycles, correct. This asked the Chinese. People just go crazy, don't they, on this sort of information. They're using our own satellites. What was that from? Independence Day, was it? Starliner. Contact, is it? Copyright. Anyway, you get the idea. I thought there might have been an update post he put to it. What's the next stuff? Okay, this is the Skinwalker Ranch guy and the Matthew guy. Talk about nut jobs. It's hard to get through to him, but I'll leave him a little till later because I just want to go over some stuff I sent, which is additional to the Skinwalker finale episode I did, which explains some of the stuff I didn't didn't add at the time. So we might do Zondo's stuff that's come out. So we'll do that now. So this book's been out for a wee while now, and it's been pulled to bits pretty much, apart from on Fox News and places like that where he's being interviewed. Seems that these people don't do any background research on who they're interviewing to see if they're lying. But you can see here we got some book reviews coming, and you can see these will be all these gullible people that don't know anything better. But yeah, the 3 stars, 2 stars, and 1 stars are the ones we need to look at, because they'll be more critical thinkers. Stupid people deliver to New Zealand. I've never ever bought off Amazon because their postage is just absolutely abominable, like $40 to send just a small item to New Zealand, when I can get AliExpress and get free postage for exactly the same thing. Anyway, some of the reviews. So 3-star, disappointed. I almost never read about UFOs. They're called UAPS, but was interested in Lue Elizondo's work, given his participation in a Pentagon program. Now, we know that's not true. They denied that he was part of the ORSAP. So yeah, you probably could find all that out on Twitter. Just bring up Twitter. Let's see if we can search on it. Doesn't work very well here, but we'll try it. We'll just say Elizondo. That's spelled wrong. Let's look at Zondo book. Okay, we can see what comments come up. So apparently you put a sketch in how UFOs work, and people are saying, "Oh, that confirms that Bob Lazar is correct." Instead of thinking, where did he get the diagram from? Oh, right, he's been watching Bob Lazar and decided to put it in his book. These people are just nuts. The UFO sketches from Lue Elizondo's book, in a mint, which shows how the alien crafts operate. Looks like Bob Lazar was correct again. Bob Lazar is a liar, shill, and a brothel owner, or was. Real scientists do not own brothels, or transport dangerous goods across borderlines and break federal laws, or set off big bombs at in the desert, which is basically what he did. He created these crazy flamethrower parties out in the desert with his flame bike. Yeah, so he's talking about a UFO creates a bubble around it, which is nonsense. If anything, it creates a charge in the skin of the craft, which blocks radiant energy getting to the atoms, which makes it light like a helium balloon that floats above. That's how it works. So let's just keep going down. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I want to ride off into the sunset. This has ruined my life. These are meant to be all quotes from Lue Elizondo. I live in a caravan. My life has been threatened by my book. So people are pointing out here that that sort of conflicts with all the things he's said in the past, and now he's trying to push not only his TV show but book. Lue Elizondo dives into the ocean in search of ancient UFOs. I've been slowly chipping away at Lue's book in the mint that has received quite a bit of press coverage for the past 2 weeks. A major theme of the book is that there is a group of religious fundamentalists in the government known as the Collins Elite who are trying to where do we get to? Trying to cover up the UFO phenomenon because they are convinced it's demonic and dangerous. Lue gives one figure from this group a false name, Devon Woods, but has named the individual in his Inspector General complaint that is now public records. So you can see everything's all about this book and Lue in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And we got a sub, baby, or follower, Johnny Midnight. He's the one that got a free membership. Welcome, Johnny. A lot of people a sub and then forget to come back. Make sure YouTube actually said to me directly on X, or if they're not getting notifications, tell them to turn off the notifications and then turn all on notifications. They know they muck around with it, and they break the notifications so people don't get notifications. They know it breaks all the time. So if that's on their help desk as a solution, it's like when someone phones up, my computer's not working. Have you tried turning it off and on? Is normally the general response, isn't it? Have you rebooted? So they know that their notification system is being mucked around with by their robots and censorship, that you have to disable it again and re-enable it again. I think Shogun doesn't get notifications. His account is really banned, that I can't even reply, and it gets an error message if I try and reply to it, which I think I showed you. But anyway, just go through. There was meant to be a load more comments than this, right? This is X search. It sucks really badly now. Oh, right, I may have gone accidentally clicked into it. Okay, it might be more here. Red Panda, Lue didn't run ATIP, which is what Jay Stratton is going to say in his book. Pure Eric Davis on Facebook. Davis and Elizondo are meeting for lunch to clear things up, so that those two are broken up, have they? But Jay Stratton is writing in his book that Lue did not run ATIP. There you go, guys. It's all disinformation, and I don't know why people waste so much time on this government shit, because you're not going to get anything out of the government. They can't. There's no way they can reveal what their aimings are, because they can't control the skies. And they know the other stuff is just them covering up their black ops and also Chinese drones that they can't seem to get rid of when they do compact draining. NBC News. There we go. Lue Elizondo's book gives a good idea that we're facing a existential threat coming from beyond our world. Is it coming from space, or is it coming from interdimensions, or is it coming through multiverses? Here is a full story. So anyone can write up stories. You know, I could write up a book with all these stories and stuff that I believe I understand and got, and it'd probably be a lot better read than Elizondo's book. I wonder who could write a book with me. Because I'm no good at writing, as you know, or reading or writing. It's always my difficult subject, but I'm good on science and understanding and connecting things. Lue Elizondo's interview with CNN, no thanks. But you know it's going to be bullshit, right?
Possession of biological remains of non-human origin. He also described...
Alright, so where's he get the information from? Has he seen firsthand? Nope. Zero evidence again. But he've only got it third hand, second hand. But have they really got biological evidence, the government? Probably. So you probably can get away with it, because we probably know they probably have got evidence.
Describes personal encounters with an unidentified anomalous phenomena, also known as UAP. Lue Elizondo joins me now. How unbelievably exciting. Everyone is almost hitting their televisions with trying to lean in on this moment. I mean, you have written that the U.S. government has been operating a decades-long, I got to read this, crash.
Now the question is, did he write it, or did he just talk into a microphone and got a ghostwriter to write it for him? Now, according to Greenwood, Black Vault, he said there was an early release on Amazon's website of a digital download one, and it had redactions from Doobster, whatever it's called, Dobster. So basically, he put stuff in the book that they said had to be removed, is what Black Vault said. So it has gone through the process, and he had stuff there they classified as still secret.
Retrieval program for these UAP, that biological remains of non-human origin have been found.
So it's really hard guy to figure out, you know. Is he like a disinformation agent, what they call disruptors, from the CIA? And he's like a Mr. Doty, where he actually knows some real things, but he's mixing it in with fantasy stuff, so you don't know what's real and what's fake. And it has everybody, again, on the edge of their seats, because we know those ones that have their experiences out there, like myself, know there's something real about this phenomenon, but the bastards are still covering it up. And basically, essentially, I think I know why. It's because they can't control the airspace, and they can't stop the abductions happening. And it just would cause panic.
Are you telling me that aliens are real?
Well, what I'm saying, Laura, first of all, thank you very much for having me on your show. What I'm saying is that we have something that is made by non-humans. So whatever that means, right? We're talking about...
So is that a wishy-washy answers? I would have said yes. I've had alien grey 3 feet away from me. You know, what I'm trying to say is this. I don't know if they're from space or interdimensional or multiverses. See, yeah, he doesn't have a clue. And I've tried to explain that it's multiverses, and some entities come from different multiverses, and the alien greys are like universal gatekeepers, where they're trying to keep everybody in their own universe, because it causes problems otherwise. That's what I believe anyway. And they're also studying and backing up the DNA, which is unique in the universes, because we're on a planet that's moving through space at incredible speeds, even though we don't not feel it. And it could be destroyed in an instant. So if they got at least the DNA backed up, they might be able to reproduce life on another planet, right? And maybe that's part of the abductions as well. Although there is some hostile things that some of the aliens use as like food, like cattle. which I don't know if it's true or not. It's possible. There's good and bad aliens.
Aliens in the vernacular sense, or are we talking about something that's been here all along? There's a lot of options. We're just now at the point as a nation, as a country, as a government, where we're beginning to acknowledge this.
Why is it that there is so little transparency around this issue? I mean, what drives that decision? Is it fear? Is it lack of information? Is it something else?
All governments want to make sure that they can provide safety and security for their people, for their citizens. And in this particular case, we have technologies that are being incurred into controlled U.S. airspace and over sensitive military installations, performing in ways that we cannot replicate, and there's nothing we can do about it. So that's not a really good conversation to have if you're a military leader to have with the American people, right? Until you have a solution.
That's a really important point, because it would create perhaps anxiety with the inability to answer certain questions. And yet there are people who crave the information and want to know.
So it means any shill could make up a story and put it in a book and say he's a whistleblower, right? So yeah, what do you guys think out here? Johnny Midnight, how's it going? Political giants returning. They will come from the mountains and jungles. Okay. What even happened to the story of the aliens at the Miami, Florida mall? That was all fake. I've covered it in past lives with the enhanced video from some CAD cam experts that showed that it was actually people that were distorted. Were just normal people walking past, 3 of them, or something like that. And once you clean up the video, you can see it's people walking along. There was no one that was 10 foot or 8 foot as well. There may have been a 6 foot person. But yeah, I can't remember what episode it is in, but you probably could type in on the search tab of my channel directly and type in Miami, and you can find the episode that we talk about it. I know you've been away from the channel. You were lucky enough to get a freebie today through the Google gift. And check out today's Daily Mail online. Well, that's the UK rag, which is generally full of unfounded claims, right? There's an article on giant climbing a mountain in Colorado. I think we've covered that in the past too. Isn't that recycling? And I think it's Fata Morgana, when it's this normal hiker, if I'm thinking of the right video. And they're walking up on the other side of the mountain, but because of the ice crystals that you get over the mountain range, it can make things bigger and project it upwards, and it looks like something walking along the ridge line when it's actually someone. This is a normal tramper. But anyway, keep scrolling back. We got Fox Mulder. The one that donated to us, first of all, thanks a lot. I didn't get a notification, so you have to do what they told me to. Turn off your notifications and then turn them back on. If that doesn't work, unsub and then resub directly back again, and then turn on the notifications to all. Remember they brought that in because they thought some people were getting overloaded with notifications, that they messed around with it. Hey, that thing worked. It scrolled it right down. Overrides where I was. But I suppose that's probably a bit handy because at least we know it's working. But now I've lost my place. Around about there, wasn't it? Check out. Let's go, Paul. Let's go. $1 Million Caravan. Yeah, it's probably a bit late for you guys. Getting later, isn't it? So we'll just keep on going. Now I'm going to talk about Zondo's Orbs coming up, which is highly suspect. So I'll go over that. Almost sounds like Foo Fighters as well, which we got in World War II.
If it's real, and by the way, you mentioned military. I mean,
anyway, so it's just the usual crap interviews that we're going to get. We've got alien scientists there. This is the most important thing in Lue's book, and we're months away from testing it in real time. So they believe in the space-time nonsense and creating bubbles around things. Take a lot of energy to create and sustain the bubbles somewhere in the 2.2 terahertz range. So I've talked about that as well. I don't think they're ever going to achieve it because you need the right material skin before you apply the terahertz frequency to be able to block energy absorption to the atoms. But we'll see what happens. I could be wrong. My information is pieced together as well. But yeah, a lot of things are discovered by mistake, and I believe that Tesla stumbled upon it by pure chance. And he actually did write a gravity paper at the time that Einstein released his relativity theory, and no one attended his seminar on what he found out about gravity, and they went with the space-time and bent space idea of Einstein instead, and the rest is history. So yeah. So it's alright saying they're testing it in the lab here, but what are they actually testing? You know, probably putting high voltage through it, for starters. We know high voltage does, on high voltage capacitors, does make them lighter. But they found out that one plate gains weight in the capacitor, and the next plate above and the plates above lose weight. But overall, there's only a slight difference, and it peaks. It loses weight and then it gains weight, and it loses weight and gains weight like pulses, so it shakes up and down. So this was found out back in the early days of X-ray machines. They had these high voltage capacitors which would shake violently like they wanted to break off and escape into the ceiling, as what's Towson Brown said. So he started researching into them, and so he did his own research into anti-gravity there with the umbrellas inside a vacuum, and you can see them bouncing up and down in a vacuum. They weren't iron engines, as people keep saying. And Tesla did the same. He was interested in the X-ray tube. I think he did some improvements and other stuff to do with X-rays, if I remember right. I think I put it in my documentary. But anyway, moving on. Lue Elizondo's interview on News Nation. Intimate book. Intimate. If we are lucky, disclosure. We're not alone. We're dreaming. It's not going to happen. Unless you get a leaker that can bring you, or leakers that can bring you footage of experiments or crash craft. I don't think it's going to do anything. And it's Ross Coulthart saying it. He's just a talking head. And disgraced journalists from Australia, we mucked up not doing background checks on the people making claims of pedo in the UK government, and made Australia 60 Minutes look really stupid, and made himself look really stupid. Now he's in ufology, making himself look even more stupid. A cube within a cube. Okay, this sounds like what we're looking at with GABA, right? But it's not actually a cube. Again, this might be related to Lue Elizondo's orbs, which may really be happening, but there's a lot of suspicious things about the whole orb thing that he talks about with Curt on the interview that was put in his book. So notice it's got these little holes that happen. But we do know that the government was mucking around with SWR drones. Chinese might as well. And the holes might actually be how they control the plasma field around it to move it in directions. And the plasma field might actually make it be able to move through solid things. It'd be funny if we've got that technology on Earth and they've been using it for many years to spy on things, move it through buildings, mountains, into tunnels, and people don't know what they're seeing, and they document everything and then take off. And it might not be aliens, it might be our tech still. Looks like we got lunch arriving. So I'm trying to find the really good comments that I found the other day. I was going to bookmark them. I might have it in an email because I sent it to Dad. I said, have a read of all these. I thought I could search it again and find all the ones. When Lue's bomb comes out, it's important to remember Dobster Defense Office will have cleared everything he writes about. That means there will be zero classified, sensitive, or images, or all that sort of stuff in the book. So it's not even sorted into the latest ones first here when I did a search on X. ET hibernation program and ET implants exposed as recounted in Lue's book. Maybe induction victims are brainwashed into preventing doctors from removing the invasive implants. Atlantic Federation. It's just a deception story told to the abductees. I think it's a bit more complicated than all that. Anyway, I highly recommend buying the complete season of this program. UFO Witness. Not sure if I've seen that. Looks like there's a load of stories. What's it called? UFO Witness. Let's see if we can find out information on that while we're here. I'll find out what date it was released. UFO Witness TV series 2021. Often what happens is UK will create a series and the Americans will rename it, and likewise UK will take Discovery Channel and episode and rename them as well as the global name, and it gets very confusing. I'm not sure if I've seen UFO Witness or not. I probably saw one episode and thought it was garbage probably. Season 2. Hi Nick. Have we got reviews on it? I normally look at the reviews, right? See what the rating is. But as we've seen with the ratings on Lue's book, a lot of it's going to be the gullibles out there, right, and will always be high. So 6.4 is not particularly really high for a UFO documentary, is it? Ben Hansen travels across the US following so maybe I have been watching it, but I didn't know there was a season 2 maybe. So I might have to dig that up after the show and check it out actually, because I followed what Ben Hansen was doing in one show, and I don't know if it was called that or not, and it was just garbage. A lot of it was garbage, but what was interesting was about his was it granddad or father seeing a beam of light coming from an Air Force base and going upwards, and they would turn it on every time a spy satellite would be passing overhead, so it would blind the satellite, which makes perfect sense. Yeah, his father or whatever it was saying it was to scare off the UFOs over the base or whatever. You'd have to watch the series. But yeah, I might have to remember to check that out later. Maybe there was a new season I missed. I'd have to see. Because I do try and bring you reviews of it. There was one I did actually do. It might be the one I did review of, season 1 maybe. UFO Witness. The search is not very good though. Maybe I have to search on Ben Hansen. Oh yeah, I remember that one. UFO humor. Ufologists don't have humor though. Yeah, probably UFO witness ain't a good word. But yeah, could play a clip of that one just to show you some crazy thing I did with ancient aliens. Yeah. I'll see if I can munch on something while it's playing.
Hey mate, that's a UFO, is it not?
Nah, it's just a weather balloon.
Seeing it from the perspective of an alien.
Wow, Planet X, Nibiru, right?
Nope. That is Venus. It's just passing the sun.
This is UFO Jesus one.
Holy, it's UFO Jesus.
Hell no, that's just an optical illusion called swamp gas.
That's what he turned into.
Aliens, extraterrestrial visitor. Aliens, extraterrestrial visitor.
Extraterrestrials, we are not alone. Extraterrestrials, we are not alone.
Aliens!
This time I think you're right. Man, they are sure crazy looking.
Extraterrestrials tampering with our DNA. So we're half human and half extraterrestrial. We're hybrids.
Anyway, let's see. I'll find. Got sidetracked on this. Just want to know if it was the same show. Got a feeling it might have been. Ben Hansen. And what am I talking about? Ben Hansen. Hansen. See, I'm losing it. Too long in UFO field. You have to check that one. Bigfoot shows. Alright, so it was in ground-based laser. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Some more stuff.
Let's see. A series called Paranormal. Paranormal what? Expedition Bigfoot. Oh, right, the new season of that's on too, so I have to review that. UFO Witness, yes it was. Oh, right, I didn't know. Maybe more episodes I've yet to look at. So I did actually review it on that one. I'll post a link to it actually. I took some snapshots from it. Now he made a claim that he could film a TR-3B pretty much every week, flying over his property. Whether he did it on this show, I don't know. So it'd be worth checking it up. Because I see one episode was called Black Triangles. Now we did have counter arguments for what they're seeing on these special Cyanix cameras, which are light amplification / IR mixture type cameras. They're filming border control drones that don't have the lights on, but they have a series of 3 infrared lights on the wing as well as the nose of the plane, so that they can at least see them with goggles in the dark, and other drone cameras tagging along can see it in the dark, the operator. So there are, again, whether it's aliens versus military stuff going on, it's always going to be like that. Okay, so we got some comments here. We'll try. Well, thanks for dropping by anyway, for the support and all that, and donations. But if it's late at night time and you can't keep awake, you can come back and watch it once we're finished, right? I think the connection to the entertainment company from Blink is fishy. Yeah, it almost seems like it was staged, wasn't it? Why would you choose a young band influencer to lead all these secret government documents at first, and then Lue Elizondo gets connected with that. Okay. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Yeah, I was just trying to find the comments that I was after. I might have to search an old email for the links. But it doesn't matter. I suppose we could just go through the... See, there's not enough there. Have I clicked on it again? Or probably. No. Yeah, it's not working very well. Just search. Let's see what I found. Maybe. I might just go through the reviews here. You can see some of them pretty big. I might just get to read out why I finish this mill, and then we can talk about the orbs. But yeah, I think the book needs to be talked about. Let's just get the read up and see how bad it's going to get. It's a bit difficult with my eye at the moment too. There's always lots to talk about. It's never ended. Okay. So we get it to read.
Imminent, inside the Pentagon's hunt for UFOs, the former head of
So let's go back there.
the United Tyler. 1.0 out of 5 stars loses all credibility when he spends a chapter boasting about his thumb-twiddling psychic powers. Reviewed in the United States on August 24, 2024. Verified purchase. Imminent has a promising start, but unfortunately quickly derails into woo-woo pseudoscience. Elizondo dedicates an entire chapter to his alleged recruitment into Project Stargate, after its official termination, and embarrassingly his subsequent mastery of remote viewing. UAPs deserve serious investigation, and unfortunately Elizondo's foray into debunked pseudoscience completely undermines his credibility. When Elizondo claims he was recruited and taught to psychically track down bad guys and find missing planes around the world from the comfort of his armchair, all while twiddling his thumbs and fingers like he's tuning a radio dial, it fully derailed the book. Felt a bit like if David Grush claimed that he was a pet psychic and had been communing across the Atlantic every night with the Loch Ness Monster. Or if Neil deGrasse Tyson announced he'd been secretly teaching algebra to mole people in the New York City sewers. You'd probably start doubting their authority and any other claims they made, right? To that end, how can readers trust Elizondo's accounts of UAP investigations when he claims he's also conveniently magically clairvoyant? It's a real pity. This book does a disservice to serious UAP inquiry by overlapping discussion of important unexplained phenomena with thoroughly discredited pseudoscience. What's more, there's nothing I read in the book before I put it down, around page 60, that was new and revelatory. Anyone tuned in to the current discussion and congressional hearings won't find any new evidence in Imminent. Maybe there's some actual evidence if folks keep reading, but unfortunately for me, the claims of remote viewing garbage were too absurd to move past. I'll be returning this book. Maybe Elizondo already saw that coming, though. 42 people found this helpful. Report. Ian on Amazon. 1.0 out of 5 stars, not believable. Reviewed in the United States on August 28, 2024. Verified purchase. The author immediately undermines his credibility in the first few chapters by praising the practice of remote viewing. This technique has been thoroughly debunked on multiple occasions. Further, Elizondo often claims there is strong evidence, but, surprise, it's classified and thus he can't write about it and we, the public, certainly can't scrutinize it. The evidence we're left with are grainy videos whose contents could easily be explained by non-extraterrestrial phenomena. I'm left with the question, if we have billions of high-resolution cameras deployed in the world, cell phones, CCTV, etc., why can't we get a single high-definition video of non-terrestrial UAP? The answer, they're not here. I suggest checking out Mick West's work questioning and debunking a lot of Elizondo's claims. I'm disappointed. I want to believe. 18 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report. Deo Valenti. 1.0 out of 5 stars, Lues Elizondo has spiritual beliefs. Reviewed in the United States on September 8, 2024. Verified purchase. Lues Elizondo has personal spiritual beliefs, but also pats himself on the back claiming to be a superior researcher because he claims to be able to keep his personal spiritual beliefs separate from his research. Which I guess means that he pretends to be a materialist atheist. Maybe our takeaway should be that only materialist atheists should be given these research projects, and then they can pretend to have spiritual beliefs when the phenomena deceptively manipulates perceptions, memories, consciousness, matter, time, etc. P.S. Perhaps only materialist atheists should receive security clearances, and then the USA will be totally screwed when the non-material realities invade and conquer. Helpful. Report. Roberta Sling. 1.0 out of 5 stars ludicrous. Reviewed in the United States on September 7, 2024. Verified purchase. Ludicrous nonsense. Casually made claims about alien implants that evade a surgeon's attempt to remove them, alien bodies at Roswell, and similar stuff, without any evidence or references. Worse than the worst science fiction. I suspect that there's a group of jokesters at DIA who feed this stuff to people like Elizondo and then laugh their butts off over beers. 2 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report. Henri Broussard. 1.0 out of 5 stars, read below. Reviewed in the United States on August 24, 2024. Verified purchase. A damaged book was placed in a box, which was also undamaged when we received the book, meaning the book was damaged when placed in the box. It's a hassle to return, so we will keep it, but damaged products should not be sent. 4 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report.
Maybe it'd be worth more.
Michael Gallagher. 1.0 out of 5 stars, a waste of time. Reviewed in the United States on September 3, 2024. Verified purchase. This book sucks. No discussion of aliens. Or what captured ships look like. Or whether Russia and China are on board. The story is really only about the author.
You know, if you look at all my videos and things, I've got tons more than these guys have. You know, if I can connect with the right people and actually get access to videos and analyze it properly and say, yeah, unless more information comes to light, this looks legit, you know. It could be hoax, we can never rule it out, but still it's more than what he's ever provided, you know. And this is what's going to bring us into the orbs too, because he could have got a lot of good evidence. He had the opportunity to get lots of good evidence on cameras, and he didn't do it. And so we'll come to that in a minute. So it's highly suspect.
Author. Boring. 4 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report. Amazon customer. 1.0 out of 5 stars, lacked meaningful content. Reviewed in the United States on September 4th, 2024. Verified purchase. The author's material findings could be reduced to a single page. His effort to entertain and to establish credibility was there, but meaningful content was lacking. Helpful. Report. Gmone. 1.0 out of 5 stars, Lue Elizondo. Reviewed in the United States on August 20th, 2024. First off, I am a UFO believer.
I believe he's only sold about 25,000 copies, according to experts on X. And it's dropped in ratings. I think it's gone from like 7th on the list down to about 47 now. So maybe he's not going to even sell 100,000 copies. Generally, that's generally a ballpark that normally sells, right? Considering all the promotions and publications he's got from news channels and stuff, that's a pretty low figure. So all the story that it's a #1 bestseller, I think it's just a load of cobblers. Maybe bestseller in the ufology section for the first couple of days. But how much of that was rigged by handing out money to people to buy the book and get free money to buy the book, or get a free book sent to them as long as they review it? So how many copies did he buy himself, you know, and hand out? They all do it. Travis Walton does that. So it ends up pumping up the things. If you buy 10,000 books of your own to hand out from Amazon, then it ends up on their stats, doesn't it?
Believer. I know that they exist, and unlike Lue, I've said it for free. But not Lue.
Me too.
No, every time Lue opens his mouth on the topic in an interview, he has only teased the topic, never once giving us anything substantial, citing lame breadcrumbs that he has left for us to follow, which are never there, and then falls back on either the numerous NDAs that he has signed, or tells us that he doesn't want to speculate on the topic. Then comes his book. Everything in his book has been cleared by the DoD.
So he's no Snowden, he's no Manning from WikiLeaks. They all risked everything, ended up in prison.
DoD. All of it. It had to be cleared. He had to get it cleared in order to not get arrested for breaking an NDA. So through all of those interviews where he dodged the questions surrounding UFOs when pressed, each time getting right up to the line of truth and then stopping citing NDAs, he could have told us everything. But no, Lue wanted to make a buck off the topic, milking his prior employment with ADIP and TTSA. Lue is just another huckster looking to line his own pockets off the American people's desire to know the truth on the alien topic. But that's the American way for hucksters like Lue. Even the title that he chose, Imminent, is a ploy to scare people into believing that a potential alien attack is imminent, which will of course only serve to drive his book's sales. Lue is no patriot. This is not how a patriot behaves. 25 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report. Richard. 1.0 out of 5 stars.
I wonder if that's goof on.
Reviewed in the United States on August 27th, 2024. This is a tale told by a bureaucrat in the Pentagon who says, maybe 200 times in this book, the world is about to be attacked by UFOs. Or UAPs. But instead of marshalling facts and descriptions of that strategic threat, it describes how a struggling bureaucrat functions in the Pentagon. Indeed, that's part of the title. This is not about UFOs or UAPs, it is a book about the undaunted courage of a bureaucrat to reveal the smothered truth. A truth as yet unrevealed, but nevertheless out there. Somewhere. Oh wait. Apparently the imminent threat to civilization is from the Pentagon bureaucracy. We are about to be invaded by tedium and obliterated by being breathless to the very end. Every sentence is a just you wait big reveal is about to happen and then, the writer succumbs, or something. It is a boring, incredibly tedious read. Not a paragraph goes by without some meaningless agency acronym popping up. Lee alludes to an army career with zero discussion of his rank or units or anything, but a long series of acronyms that he worked with in counterintelligence, seemingly a spook brought up out of the ranks of spookdom to apply his skills to solving a riddle, as yet undefined. It is all very nebulous.
Spooks, gotta be
careful.
The
UAP information is never worth reading about the usual stuff. The only interesting sentence in the entire book was that defense contractors were against the transparency of findings of UAP by the military. That little tidbit is swept aside and on to the breathless recitation that we are under threat by aliens. How, exactly? Why would defense contractors want this information suppressed? What possible motivation would they have? Well, being defense contractors, they are up to no good, that's why. Okay. In every book about UFOs, government agencies work frantically to hide everything to do with the subject, because reasons. But these same goths around the world have a bazillion stats to the reality of them. Instead of finding the subject a source for unending funding, no, these agencies want to shut it all down. But finally Congress sees a chance to get involved and assure its constituents that top men are now working on this and it is all being handled and transparently. That is where it ends, but only after the author resigns for reasons never made clear, like everything else in the book, but apparently because of his loyalty to the world. He fell on his sword. Be ready for the invasion. They are here. This book is worth a dissection of its technique.
Taking away our guns, so
it
we
needs
can't
a real
defend
treatment.
ourselves.
It is a method used by all big reveal books and is obviously a tried and true format because it sells. The biggest reveal in the book, however, comes early.
And I noticed that Biden's talking about gun control going in USA. Don't let the gun control happen like it did in New Zealand, because you're defenseless, you know. And still, only 3 days ago in New Zealand, someone got killed with a gun, you know, and a couple of weeks prior to that, someone got killed by a gun, and it's getting more and more a case that the bad people have all the guns, and the cops have the guns, or the military have the guns, but no one else does to defend themselves. Yeah, you don't want to be in that situation. And at the moment, I think you have to keep the ammo in one safe, and the gun in another safe in the house. And I think that maybe not even in the house, they have to be on other ends of the house, that they have to be a certain distance apart. There's all sorts of regulations now in New Zealand. It's just absolutely crazy. And of course, as a farmer that uses a gun to shoot rabbits and stuff that's destroying his crops, they're not really happy about it, and they want to roll back some of the legislation. And all those Jacinda clowns trying to stop that. So that's what's going on currently in New Zealand. Anyway, this one's a really long one, but we'll just finish it.
Early on. A big supporter in Congress of UFO investigations was the late Harry Reid. He is referred to as the Honorable Harry Reid in this book of nothing. That locution, reserved by tradition for legislative documents, gives the game away. Harry Reid's association with honor at any time in his life would approximate the reality of a UFO landing on your doorstep this morning. The author finds him legendary, as would I for a tarantula who became a senator and funded my favorite acronym. Everyone associated with any UFO/UAP disclosure, inane or not, is a hero, brave, courageous, and so on to the author and by inference, himself, despite the fact that only about a bazillion people were asking for information and were getting it in shovelfuls. The author pours syrup over all. Well, This peek into the bureaucracy should confirm your suspicions that state secessions may be the final answer to the DC monster that truly does threaten civilization. If aliens are here now, perhaps they will help.
I think we should be more worried that Biden's got access to the nuke button and the left are quite happy to be warmongers. I think that should be more of a problem than aliens, actually.
6 people found this helpful. Helpful. Report. Amazon customer.
Hey, we made the next
1.0 out of 5 stars. Who is Elizondo?
Thanks for subbing.
Reviewed in the United States on August 24th, 2024. Since Lues Elizondo first popped his head above the UFO crowd, I have been searching the web, had to. Elizondo has never provided a bio for information on this guy's background. All we ever hear is he was Army and claims to be a counterintelligence expert. Was he an officer? What's his educational background? How, exactly, did he qualify to be in charge of the government's UAP program? You can't swing a dead cat in the Pentagon without hitting colonels and generals or a scientist, astrophysics, physics, aerospace, but the US government chose this guy to oversee the greatest secret of the US government and mankind.
Yeah.
What is your background, Mr. Elizondo?
That's the same with security. You know, everybody follows security thinking he's a groundbreaking researcher, whistleblower. He doesn't do any research whatsoever, and he's got 0 qualifications.
Elizondo? What was your highest rank in the Army before you left? What makes you qualified to oversee mankind's greatest secret? Sorry, Mr. Elizondo. If you read this, you owe us an explanation and a detailed CV. Until then, I've placed you in the Bob Lazar/Billy Meyer category. I do understand if you tell me the whole truth, you'll probably have to kill me, secret squirrel stuff and all that. 21 people found this helpful.
Only
Helpful.
21.
Report.
Okay,
Previous
there we go.
page.
Yeah, so that was worth reading out. That was only the 1 to 2 stars, wasn't it? But anyway. So let's get on to his Orbies. Okay, we're finished with that one. Actually, I'll post a link to that so you got a quick reference to all those reviews, because it will keep on growing. But you can see there's a lot of people not saying the same things as those people are rating it low. So yeah, I don't think you're ever going to convince the believers that they're being conned by certain people. It's like a whack the mole or banging your head on the wall. You know, what I do is just not making it through. Maybe 1 in 1,000 people, if they even know about me in the first place. Google's making a good job of suppressing me. Anyway, so LUreviews, who I don't like. I find him a very negative person that doesn't actually listen. He's not listening to the right people. He's the one that caused the problem of promoting Lue in the first place, and now he's so acid in the ufology field that he's not subjective enough anymore. Oh, what happened there? How did that go down? Oh, what's going on here? I really hate this function, you know, where it separates the tabs. If you try and grab it in the wrong place, it separates the tab, and there's no way to say rejoin. I don't think they've added the feature in it. That's the latest update, isn't it? I don't see they've got one reconnect, have they? That's one function they never ever had. No. rejoin. It should have. It's ridiculous, really. I really hate that feature. I should be able to turn it off, drag tab off. Let's see if we can join it back on. It's ridiculous, it really is. Terrible feature. Why can't I get the arrow up? Give me the arrow. There we go. I don't know. Yeah, so let's just play a clip here. Now, although I don't like Lue, he is correct sometimes, and then on this part of the story of Blue's Orbs, he's definitely correct about the whole thing. So I'll just use him. So he's reviewing Kirk Jamungle here. What a name. That is a name of the century, isn't it? But anyway, it sounds like something from Hollywood. You know, from one of those Disney films. So I'm going to do a review of Lue and Lue. The two Lues. Here we go. And under fair use. Now, where does it start? So we want to go back. So Kurt manages to ask him questions, but I don't think they were deep enough, you know. Is that where it starts? Let's have a look.
And it's an old 30-year-old story at that. And so therefore its details have changed. So I hope that answers whatever your statement here is. All right, let's continue.
Right. It was emitting light. Did you feel anything when it would come by other than...
Okay, so he was talking about his own personal sighting, which he's written off now. But I don't think I've actually heard his sighting. It might be worthwhile actually trying to dig it up. I think he said he's had it in the first episode. Let's just have a quick look before we play that. Because I want to know what his sighting was, that he can now discount it. Plus strengths. Yeah, I just don't like his thumbnails. They're kind of... I find them hard to read. So under videos. So he didn't used to do that until he redid the thing. Yeah, I wonder what it was called. See, if it was me, I would have made that my own sighting. It would be I would customize the home tab here to have it in a single playlist, you know, so you can, it would be here and it would just be easy to find. If you have a look at my one, I've got laid it out, my own experiences, members' experiences, the best episodes. Oh, here we go. Got it by pure chance. There we go. Let's have a look. How long is it? Shouldn't be too long to explain the sighting, should it? 44 minutes. No. He doesn't have chapters either, which is terrible. And he's playing music, of course. Okay, let's just move it on. We'll have to come back to it though.
BlueMarlinChronicles.com. This is Scepter Rods.
Different layout there. Probably looks better actually, where he's got it in the old way.
Yes, I am 39 years old. I am going on 40. So, needless to say, I was born
without a neck.
An 80s kid. I grew up with a...
He's actually got less weight on him there as well.
A lot of, in the era of cable television, you know, the idea of more than 4 or 5 channels on TV. I grew up in the era of
Yeah, we all did. Well, most of us.
I still game today, which is hilarious to.
Does he actually show a picture of what he saw? This is where you need chapters, right? Or break it out into your own episodes. Alright, so he's telling this story here, maybe. Let's have a look. Oh, he did a painting of his sighting. Yeah, I think he mentioned that. What's that say? It was like a UFO with lots of little windows around it. It's got a flat bottom. Kind of looks like one of those drones, though, doesn't it?
So it was smaller on the bottom, bowed out to something bigger on the top that came back in. Like these lines and these portholes, I don't remember seeing those, honestly. Those are things I think that my memory just added, or I added in when I was painting this, because really what I remember is that the middle of it was bright white, and then the aura, the outside of it, was like a green haze, and on top of it, it had this blinking light that was just weird. It was incredibly fast. It was like a strobe light. No sound. When it came that close to us.
You think that you could have that as a painting on the wall on his live stream, when he does a live stream, instead of having this picture of apparently Bill Murray, the comedian. He painted that, drew it and painted it. See, I used to do that when I was a kid, that sort of stuff. But anyway, so that's his incredible sighting, but he doesn't explain it.
My first instinct was to start going through my Rolodex of what it isn't. So, not an airplane, not a helicopter, not a blimp, not a satellite. And yes, I had seen satellites at that point. I'd been up to peaks of mountains where you can
wonder if he was anal probed.
See satellites streaking across the sky. So I've seen those before. I could not wrap my brain around what this thing was. So then my very next instinct after that was, I want to get a better look, because it started to move behind these set of trees that lined the field. And as soon as we got behind the trees and I couldn't see it, I started running to a spot where I wanted to get a better look. And as soon as I got to that spot where I thought I could see the clearing in the trees, it was gone. Never saw it.
In fact, it would have cloaked, I would say. See, the problem is he may have been abducted, but can't recall it, right? The aliens control everything, right? They can make you remember or forget things. They can mess with your technology, turn it off, blow it up, all sorts of things. So, yeah, he may had something more happen to him, and he just doesn't remember. But where's he talking about it?
It was.
Where's he talking about the story?
Exciting. My close encounter of, I guess, would be the second kind, because it was a really close sighting. It was in front of a lot of people. Basically, I was 13 years old. I was living in Cooper City, Florida, and we had gone to, me and my best friend at the time, Tony, we had gone to his friend's birthday party, and she lived in Cooper City, Florida at the time, especially. Now this land is almost gone. It's got houses on it now, but at the time, a lot of people out there, and still do, own huge 1 acre, 2 acre, 3 acre plots of land that will be lined up next to a cow field, or down a dirt road like half a mile, and then it's the only house down there. So it would have these very interesting sort of pockets of just ruralness. There's nothing there. It's very, very isolated, very dark. There's not a lot of street lights, and it would be, you know, 2 or 3 miles away from a very cookie cutter middle class.
That sounds very much like where I was living in Germany, where the German friends saw the UFO over the forest out the back of them. The streets were very dark. It's very remote. There wasn't that many people in the area, like a small town as well. So yeah, I think they like little remote areas to explore, right? Where they're not going to get intercepted and maybe the government or whatever intercepts them or traps them or whatever. It makes sense that the US government would have technology that they've reverse engineered and turned it into triangle craft to try and capture these UFOs, because they want to capture more of their technology to reverse engineer it for weapons, right? Or to use it against them so they can actually protect the airspace. So, yeah. But yeah, as again, so lots of people saw the same thing then. That would have been before people had cameras on phones and all that too, I'd say. And but you think if it was a party, there'd at least be one camera person that may have snapped it. It's kind of weird.
Glass neighborhoods. So it had a mixture of farm meets suburbia, if that makes sense. So we were on this farm / there were chickens on it, there were cows on it. I don't think they were farmers, but it was that kind of place, you know. They had a whole bunch of people over. It was a huge party. It was her, if I'm not mistaken, 13th birthday party. So at the time, you know, I was a kid, drinking alcohol, doing drugs. None of that stuff was happening in my childhood. That's something that happened way later. But I vividly remember around 10, 15, and this was pretty late for me to be at a party, but it was like one of those rare occasions where we had permission to be out. Couldn't tell you why, but I was there. It was pretty late at night. Me and my friend were sort of at the edge of a party, and we look out into the field, and we see one of his friends, a girl, I can't remember her name, but she's standing there, she's looking up, and we walk over, and we're like, what are you looking at? And she points in the sky, she's like, I'm looking at that light right there. She's like, it feels like it's been there forever, for like 15, 20, 30 minutes. And we're like, well, you haven't been here that long. And we're looking at it, and at first it looked like a star or something, but then it started moving. And moving in a very peculiar way. Now, at first I was like, well, maybe it's a blimp, because we didn't live that far from a major stadium. At the time, it was called Joe Robbie Stadium, or maybe Pro Player Stadium. I don't know. The stadium's had like 14 billion names, but I was like, well, maybe it's a blimp. And because sometimes if you're looking at a blimp, it's got...
I reckon he could write a better book than Lue Elizondo. He's certainly dragging out the story, isn't he?
a ominous presence about it, but if you capture it at the right angle, it could look very, very strange. So what I was looking at, I was like, man, I'm just waiting for this thing to turn so I could see that Goodyear thing that tells me it's a blimp.
Why would it be even a government drone just hanging above a school party, you know, or teen party? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know why this guy's switched from having that experience to totally anti-UFOs. He couldn't be even more anti, you know, than he currently is. something broken, and clearly.
It doesn't do that. So this is where my 27...
So he's now saying that people that have experiences have mental problems. So did he have a mental problem when he was at that party? He'd probably say yes. I must have been alcohol, drugs in the system. Yeah, but if you've got multiple witnesses all seeing the same thing and they all drew it independently, that would be really good. Because that's what people should do. So go and draw what you saw, and we'll document it. And
7-year-old memory of this thing starts to get a little fuzzy.
Yeah, so this is why you document it straight after, right? I've talked about this before. My memory and dates can get muddled up. Exactly the same as probably what's happened to him. He's probably embellished parts that he thought were there, always mixed up, reading something about a UFO and mixed it in with his sighting. So unless you get individual people that were at that party that he knew that saw it to give a statement and draw what they drew and then come together today, we might have a average idea of what it actually looked like.
From that point in the sky, the next thing I remember is this thing is hovering over the field, maybe 300 to 400 yards away from us, somewhere in that range, and I'd say about 200 feet off the ground. Very, very low, very...
I wouldn't be surprised if all three of those got abducted, you know? That just sounds just like it. Unless they were looking at the wristwatch time before and after, you don't know if there's missing time.
Very close. From what I remember, it was like if you took a small bowl and you put it on top of a big bowl, or excuse me, you put it underneath a big bowl and you met them, like the rims together. That's what it looked like in the sky. It was very strange. I actually... Weirdly enough, not weirdly.
Yeah, so there we go. That's enough of that one. We've heard the rest of it. On to Lue's experiences now. Lue Elizondo's experiences. But, yeah, where do we start with it, though? Maybe scroll it back a wee bit more. Let's see if we get the right spot.
I'm like, knowing Elizondo, it's like the... I'll be 100% honest with you guys. The thing that keeps screaming and on repeat, living rent-free in my brain right now, is Alejandro Rojas saying, Lue, he lies all the time. Elizondo lies all the time. I've caught him in so many lies. That's what he told me. That's what he told me. And then when you ask him, well, why do you continue to work with this guy? He's got great access. You know, there are things that he says that do check out. What? Yeah. Like what?
So this is like Richard Doty all over again, isn't it? Some things check out, other things are really highly suspect.
And so that's why I want to believe him. And I think that's why he's the best messenger, because imagine you're sitting there with him and he's telling you this, like, you get a sense.
So you notice he's got this really strange stare when he's being interviewed. You can see that an intel guy has been programmed not to give any facial tics and NLP messages with the eyes. You can see he's really concentrating there when he's given an answer to make it look like his most legit person, right? But we'll look at it as we go through and see if we can see any flaws in his manners there. Can we make it slightly bigger? Doesn't quite get... Shame you can't just resize it to window, right? That's just kind of stupid, really. But anyway, I have to do it this way.
Sincerity from this guy. And you want to believe this orb story. I do. I want to believe it. But I just can't. I can't. And I won't. How about that? I won't, Elizondo. I'm not going to believe this one.
But I wanted to be transparent and share that with the reader.
And when you say your wife and your children also saw it, you saw it at the same time, or they also reported it, but at different times?
Both. Sometimes we all saw it together. We were in the living room watching TV, and from the kitchen right down the hallway, it just kind of floats by, and it actually, to the point where it illuminates. I don't know if you can see behind me the wall here, but kind of like the ambient light here is illuminating the wall behind me. It would actually illuminate the surrounding sheetrock, the drywall. It was there was definitely it was luminous. But
okay, so his eyes looking over this way very quickly then suggests that he's creating a story here. I haven't seen him look up to memory recall this side, alright? But he is an intel person, so he would be programmed not to give away stuff like that. But he may slip up occasionally, and I think he just slipped up there where he looked to the right.
You couldn't.
There you go.
See anything in the middle.
Okay, so it was emitting light.
The thing about this story is it sounds a lot like mine. It sounds like a lot of orb stories that I've heard in the past from witnesses and experiencers.
Yeah, so that's the problem with the orbs, is there's a lot of information out there going back to World War II, the food fighters. So it could easily be made up, right?
It's nothing new. And so those details are not, they could be borrowed. Easily borrowed.
Okay, we're just skimming past.
Spy says, and so those details
was
when they were young. Okay, so he said 2008 or 2010.
Okay, it looks like there's a problem with scrolling. We lose a bit of what we wanted to hear.
I made it available. This very first episode in our UCR Rewinds playlist. Go check it out. Okay. I tell my story there. It's the most detailed version of my story. I even have a shitty painting of it. It's really terrible. But like I said in that episode, the very first episode, this story is not evidence. And I'll never use it as evidence. It's just a story.
It can't be evidence if you didn't actually get it on camera or video, right? It's just a story with a picture. It's not really real evidence. You could use it as additional to the real video or photograph. And you could even do lie detector tests and all that, add it in there or whatever. But yeah, I agree with him. It's not really real evidence. Not his one. His story's not real evidence. Well, but mine, where I've got images and videos, backs up the real. That is real evidence. Whether some of it can be explained is another story. But yeah, it's a bit hard erasing the apparition and also the hallway light switching on, which is just a normal standard LED light in the hallway. It never ever comes on by itself. Never. Even with a spider crawling over it. Especially since I replaced it with a newer bulb, which has got, what they call it, NIR, near infrared detection. So the only way it can turn on if it detects a movement and heat. And as I will re-show, if I can get time to do the episode and put it together properly, you'll see that the, the kitchen camera sees that bright light come on, and the hallway light starts playing up, and you start to see what looks like a mist forming in infrared, because it stayed in infrared even though the hallway light turned on. It should have switched to color mode, but before it did turn on, this infrared camera detected that mist. I think it seemed like it was illuminated with IR light, even though you can see on the kitchen camera, which is on normal optical, it's pitch black. So yeah, I'll go over all that again. To me, that's real evidence of something abnormal happening, and that hallway light is separate to the camera LEDs and all that. So for that to come on, something had to be moving. A heat source had to be moving. Had to be like even the kitchen door creaking open and closing, and it's reflecting off the door itself. That's the only way it could turn on, but none of that happened. You can see in the video, none of that happened. So what turned it on is a mystery, but it's in the door frame where the tall Nordics showed themselves up during the daytime. But yeah, I'd have to agree with Lou. Remembering a UFO sighting story and drawing a picture is not going to be the best evidence.
And it's an old 30-year-old story at that.
And that's the problem with my alien grey one. I had no camera footage or anything like that. But if I could record what I saw in my head, you would be going, wow. Like I was for the whole day after, walking around saying, wow, what happened? Now, it had me really in a dizzy phase. The next morning I woke up and all flooded back into my memory what actually happened last night and why I got no back pain. So yeah, something happens, and then that lump on the back is evidence, as far as I'm concerned, that backs up the story. And likewise, me seeing the apparition next to the bed, we managed to pull up the image out of the frames of the video, which was pretty much thought it was just like a waste of time. I just grabbed the frames and I thought I'd work on it later, and I deleted the video, which is stupid of me. I should have just kept it, because I thought it was going to be a waste of time. Nothing was caught. And when I processed it and saw that there was actually something there, it's too late. I've lost the video. But this is the thing that they do. It's like an os factor, they call it, where they can influence your to do stupid things. They can influence you to do stupid things, like delete things or mess up things, from what I hear anyway. So maybe that's what they wanted to happen. They wanted me to delete that footage because they couldn't, and it slipped past them because I had it going to a separate device and in another room as well. So they couldn't corrupt the memory card or the camera, but it had already gone out over the Ethernet to another device on the hard drive. But probably that started playing up now as well. By the looks of it, so it's making strange noises. I might have to replace the hard drive in it. There's always stuff going wrong in this house, kind of weird. But moving on.
And so therefore its details have changed. So I hope that answers whatever your statement here is.
Okay, let's get on to this interview.
Right, let's continue.
Wait, it was emitting light.
Did you feel
Hey, I just watched the eyes.
anything when it would come by, other than maybe the fear or anxiety associated with something unknown? Did you feel something like...
Notice the blink rate of the eyes here. What did the body lingos guys talk about? Someone that's over blinking. It means they're sort of feeling a bit stressed, isn't it? More blinking. Blinking rate. What does it say? What does it mean when someone blinks rapidly? Blink rabbit tends to increase when people are thinking more or feeling stressed. There you go, that's what I said, wasn't it? This can be an indication of lying, as the liar has to keep thinking about. There you go. That's what I thought. Maybe the body lingo guys, the panel guys, keep thinking about what they're saying, realizing this, they may also force their eyes open, which looks like he was at the beginning. Maybe he's got that funny stare going on, like he's trying to hide his eyelids open further than normal. Anyway, just keep that in mind, and we'll just keep on watching.
Nothing. No. And some people report feeling like a static charge or something. Nothing at all. But to be truthful with you,
see all the blinking? I
wasn't necessarily going to go up and touch it either.
Yeah, so he did a quick look to the left here, so he's doing a recall of some memory there. Of what? I don't know.
Oh, how about psychologically? Like dread?
No fear. I think...
Okay, so he's looking up to the memory recall. Is he trying to recall what he said in his past story, or what actually happened?
A wonderment, curiosity from my wife.
But of course, he may be acting here. He's an intel guy, and he says, "Oh, when they ask me a question, always look up, regardless to the left." So it looks like I'm thinking about it. So yeah, how to defeat the body lingo by guys. But is he still blinking fast? Because he's going to slip up. He's going to slip up in places.
Wife and my kids had a lot easier time. They sometimes giggle about it.
Yeah, see the blinking.
When they were young.
And now he's doing a lot of internal dialogue here.
My wife was
when
more...
they were young.
And now he's now looking over this way, which should be memory recall for audio.
Okay, so this is, he said 2008 or 2010. It's one of those dates.
So he's sending mixed messages here. He's under stress. He could be lying, but also there could be some truthful bits going on, which is it's a very interesting story about the orb. But there's also a lot of suspicion about the orb story, considering he claimed it was going through the house once every 2 weeks. And I'm not sure where Lue gets it from, but he said that counts to 900 times. In my calculations, it's like 23 times 6, which is like 180 times. So anyway, we'll just see when we get to that bit. See where he got that 900 from. But even 180 times, if you had a blue orb going through your house randomly each week or second week, you would set up cameras everywhere, because you could sell that footage to all sorts of TV shows and make millions of dollars out of it for starters, and not need to write a book. But yeah, the questions I have is, if he's in charge of ATIP like he claims, blah blah blah, why didn't he get his people to investigate what was going on there? Because that sounds like a threat. Like I said to Earl Grey today, I said that blue orb is similar to what other people talk about, but often it's not a blue orb though, it's an orange or red orb, so it's not quite the same. And it passes through walls like, what do you call it, ball lightning. Plasma is the fourth kind of matter state, but could easily be like a Chinese drone that's creating a plasma field around it that uses that to push it along at fast speeds, or slow speeds in this case, go through the house and try and freak them out or document something or whatever. Maybe they don't realize that maybe he had missing time where the blue orbs normally show up like around UFOs, and then the UFO shows up, all the aliens show up. So it kind of makes you wonder if there's some truth there. but he's embellishing it. But why didn't he get any documentation of it? And I wonder what other people would think. I didn't hear anybody in the reviews talking about the orb story in the book, so that's kind of weird.
So he wasn't living in Wyoming at that point. So this had to have been a much...
Okay, you can see here, LUreviews is actually doing memory recall. He's looking upwards. He's perfectly easy to read.
Older house. He must have been living in either... I don't think he lived in Florida with his wife. If he did, it was at the beginning of his relationship. This had to have been Maryland, right? When he was working at the Department of Defense. You know, this is when he was approached. Yeah, it had to have been D.C. His D.C. home.
D.C. home? Not Florida home? He's probably got homes like Obama and all over the place.
Curious as in, you know, what is that? And did you all see that? Yeah, we're sitting right here. We all saw it too. No.
Okay, you look down there, which means he's creating a story again.
Fear. I don't.
Okay, now he's doing memory recall. He's looking up to the right location, but again, he's an intel guy. Can we trust his body language?
You know, you'd have to ask my wife. I don't think she had a sense of fear at all.
Hey, look, creating a story here. Oh, I don't think she had any fear. But surely you wouldn't be talking about it in the house. You would know exactly how everybody was feeling. So something's not adding up with this guy. This story's not adding up.
Which, looking back, maybe is kind of bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's making up the story. Look.
I think, you know, if I were to tell you, hey, you're going to have a green orb of light in your house today or tonight, people might...
Is it a green orb or a blue orb? I thought it was a blue orb.
There might be some element of fear, but if you're just sitting down watching TV, not...
He's creating a story. He's looking over here. He's creating
expecting
a story.
it, and boom, it just goes by. I'm not sure there's even time to have fear. It's kind of just as...
Making up story. Look, now he's looking for some memory.
Oh, how quick was it then?
Slow, maybe. Let's say this phone fuel.
You think you'd have a camera next to you in the chair after the first one, or the second one, or the third one passing through the house. You'd say, well, this seems to be like a regular thing. Let's just set up a camera ready for it. Regular camera, film camera, you know, before smartphones are around. But we're talking about 2010. That would be early iPhone 4, would it? And then he talked about the last one was 2016, was it? That would be now up to iPhone 7, I think. So, and that had camera on it. You think you'd get a picture or a video of this thing?
Rod, is it? Boy, it's hard to... Like that? All the way down the hall? I mean, enough where, like, walking speed? Sometimes, like, a fast walking speed, like, kind of a brisk walking speed.
See, like, if I saw that in my house, not just once, but multiple times, I would have stood up and been like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
I think my response would have been much, much bigger.
And that's what happened with me. After my experiences, I set up cameras. Because I wanted to document it. I wanted to prove that I'm not having some sort of memory problem or mental problem happening. You think if other people saw it, they would also be wanting to... Oh, what happened there? I always hate it when the USB thing disconnects. Is it still working? I better check. Think so. Any glitches out there, let me know. Anyway, I lost what track I was doing now. So how many people out there still? It's getting later in the night. 12 now. I think we're up to 15 before. Oh, 16 likes. We had a few people pass through. 91 views this time. It was only 23 last live. And only 2 on YouTube again. But something's definitely going on with YouTube and Rumble. Something definitely gone on with Rumble since they modified it. So I don't know. Maybe they're not broadcasting it like they were. It's kind of weird. Weird that people don't want to come on and discuss this, you know. You could easily add your own opinions down the side here while we're talking about this. Yeah, what's happening now?
Oh, you guys seeing this? 2010? Is the iPhone out? No, probably not. It wasn't very rampant, I think, around then.
Let's see. 10. I think that's when I first got my first camera phone, though. First camera phone. I think I've looked this up before. First camera phone. 1999. Okay. First iPhone. When did that come out? Uh, 2007. So, and it had a 2 megapixel camera. So yeah, definitely was available. You think the teen kids would have something like that by then, especially in America. Seems that most of the Apple users come from America. I prefer my Android phones. 2007, so yeah, he's wrong. But this is why we check up things. I don't know why he doesn't look it up on the show like I do. See, they need to learn from me, don't they, if they want to duplicate.
It was out, but I don't think everyone had them. And he has also talked about this in the interview. He had a government-issued BlackBerry phone, and they disabled all the cameras in the BlackBerries. But
yeah, it doesn't mean that they could have given them a camera to set up in the house. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. When did he claim he was in charge of ATIP? I forgot. Because he quit 2016, so it was definitely, he was part of ATIP where he was seeing the orbs, right? Had to be. What year? Work for the information's got to be out there. ATIP, as they spell it. Might have to use the AI to pull out the information from a web page. It's too much reading on these, won't it? I still got it open. Let's try Copilot, see if it can help us out there. Let's see. We heard about it 2017. He quit in 2016, I think. So he must have been part of the program for 5 years, I'd say. That would put it back to almost 2010, right? What years did Zondo work for ATIP? Let's see if it comes up. It probably says he didn't. It was all make-believe. There we go. So it found a web page of information. Lue worked for advanced program from 2008 and 2017. So that covers the whole period of the so-called alien green blue orb. So why wasn't he getting his experts to look into it? Okay. Highly suspect, this story.
Like, the response to something like that in your house, he was just kind of like sitting there watching TV. The way he describes it is sitting there watching TV, drinking his Bud Light, because he loves Bud Light, right? He's a big Bud Light fan, I bet. I bet he loves Bud Light. Sitting there, drinking his Bud Light with his family, watching Turner and Hooch, and all of a sudden, a green orb pops in your fucking living room. And your response is, huh. Wow.
You went in the wrong direction, Lou. You meant to be going from that direction to the other way. You're looking the wrong way.
Yeah, see that? Just going down the hallway.
He's meant to be an actor. He's meant to get it accurate, isn't he? He was going from left to right. He wasn't going from the other direction.
All right, well, back to Turner and Hooch. Oh,
Turner and Hooch. I thought it might be Knight Rider. What's that other one with the helicopter? That was another one where the helicopter could listen through walls and things. That sounds more like up his alley. What was it called? Airship or air? Oh, I can't remember. Aircopter. Yeah, you probably know what I mean. And then you had those southern guys that drove around in that orange Confederate car. What was that called? Dukes and Hazzards. Yeah, wasn't that one popular back then? Oh no, it's probably a lot earlier than that.
This is the part where Hooch dies. Sad. Anyway, like, nobody got up. Nobody was like, whoa, what the fuck? And especially the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh time, which sounds like it did happen that many times. Let's listen to the rest of it.
It never...
So interesting.
It never hung around. It didn't loiter. It didn't come up to your face. It didn't scan anything. It was just in the house, and it would go right through a wall or right through a door without making a sound, without disturbing anything. Like it was cotton, just right through. Really weird.
And was there any correlation between time of day?
No. No, that's not true. It would happen mostly in the evenings.
Okay, I think he was looking up to the right then, making up the story again, wasn't he? He's got a funny look on his face. He really has.
Early evenings, late evenings, we were mostly asleep, so I couldn't tell you if it did happen. Never saw we were sleeping, but anywhere between.
Yeah, now he's doing memory recall.
5 to 8 o'clock at night, and it would happen randomly.
And now he's looking over here. Whether there's someone in the doorway that he's looking at, but that looks like he's making up a story. But that looks more of a tilted head that he's seeing someone walk in or listening in to what he's saying.
Randomly, different parts of the house. It was, some people laughed because they said, "Oh, well, you got a cemetery nearby."
So you'd think if he's being interviewed in his house here, he said, "Oh, hang on, I'll go and get the wife, and you can ask her." That would really validate his story, wouldn't it? Or have the wife just off camera. Oh, she doesn't want to be on camera, but you can hear her, and you can ask her a question. That would have been the perfect thing to do on that big show of Theory or Everything, right? It's funny how that guy said he was leaving UFO as well, industry, and going back to science, which is what he wanted to focus on. But he knows you don't make any money from doing technical episodes on science and stuff. And so he's back in the ufology again, because a lot of people are interested in the people that interviews and stuff, right? Linda Moulton Howe and all that. So yes, all a bunch of hypocrites. So it's always about money.
Which we did. We had a cemetery nearby the house, probably about half a block away. But I don't think the two are related.
So now they're trying to relate it to paranormal, right?
Related at all. I don't think it was. I mean, some people said there. I mean, certain Aboriginal.
But normally the spirit orbs are normally like specks of dust. You know, they're like fast moving, giving off their own light ones, which excludes dust, right? And they've proven it on various ghost shows that this one's not dust, because it's not sort of blinking and it's emitting its own light and it's moving in zigzags, which dust doesn't normally do.
People say there's a connection between, you know, these luminous balls and potentially, I guess, ancestors and spirits.
It's almost like he's skeptical of it himself. Well, some Aboriginal people say, I don't know, it could be spirits. I don't know. I don't know. He's just very... Again, this is the same attitude, Curt, if you're watching, which I think you are. This is the same attitude, I imagine, that you saw behind the scenes at the Soul Foundation with all of the presenters, where everybody's like, and they're kind of just, you know, pissed off with online trolls, and they're like,
You know, I don't really want too much of his opinion. I should have probably found the episode and played it directly myself.
Every day you saw it, I meant if you saw it, you would not see a second one in the same day.
Correct.
So how frequent would you see it? Would it once per week on average? Once a month?
No, once every couple of weeks. Once.
Okay, so once every couple of weeks, starting in 2010. So that works out to be 52 weeks divided by 2. What's that? 26. So 26 orbs a year, times it by 6 years, 2010 to 2016, makes it 23 times 6 equals 180, isn't it? 180, almost 200. Now, for some reason, this guy here reckons it's 900, but anyway, that's why I put it in the episode. 900 sounds even more insane. Not to even bring out a camera to capture it even once is just not right. So something not right.
Two, 3
From
weeks.
2010?
Oh, all the way through. Oh, no. All the way till probably 2015, 2016.
2015.
But so it's only really... It would kind of... There'd be moments where you'd have increased frequency, and then...
So basically right until he retired. Right until he moved out of the house. Essentially. Oh, no. What did I do?
There. It was very...
No. 20. All right, let's go back to... We can find this.
What's he done?
Yeah, let's see, 20... What do you say? 2015?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, right here.
All the way through. Oh, no. All the way till probably 2015, 2016. But so it's only really... It would kind of... There'd be moments where you'd have increased frequency, and then maybe for a month or two you wouldn't see it. And then all of a sudden, 4 days in a row, you'd see it, and then it just would be gone.
Okay, so that's incredibly important. Okay? That's an incredibly important thing to note.
So generally once every 2 weeks, sometimes it could have been 4 times in a week, and then not see it for the rest of the month, is what he's saying there. So it's still 4 times a month. 2 to 4 times a month. So that still makes it up to about 400 sightings at the maximum. Still, no pictures, no video. Yeah, it's very highly suspect.
Here. So let's just get that right. Okay, so he asks So how frequent?
Did I see a post here that I missed? Just my bot every hour posting. So I asked him to see if we could reduce this so we only post one message instead of showing it going out to all the domains. It's a bit cluttered though. But anyway, it is what it is. I thought I saw something here. Me. Did I miss something? Oh, here we go. No, that was the last comment, was it? Oh well. I think some of these guys have gone to bed. That's cool. Referring to it was a picture of this long humanoid climbing the mountain. It's not an old story, but it sounds like the same thing that I was explaining, where you get Fata Morgana with some hitchhikers. But yeah, suppose if you join my Discord, you can post a link there and we can have a look next time. Yeah, I think we're all caught up there. Okay. I think Michael King's fallen asleep. But anyway, moving on.
Frequent would you see it? Was it once per week on average? Once a month? No. It was every couple of weeks. Once every two to 3 weeks from 2010. That's from 2010. Oh, all the way through. Oh no, it was probably till about 2015, 2016. So for six years, you would see this thing 2 to 3 times a week.
You're not good at math.
Can we do the math on this?
He's not good at math.
I know, I'm always terrible
he's not
with
good
math,
at science.
but we gotta try.
Not good on technology.
We gotta try, right? So let's just say 3 times a week, right? 3 times 52 weeks a year. That's 156
he never said
sightings
three. No, he never said 3 times a week. He said 3 times a month. He's got it wrong.
Every year. Times.
So he's multiplied it up even more then. So that's 12 times 6 is 6. Still 700, isn't it? 720. I'm not sure where he gets 900 from.
6 years. That's 936 sightings in your home.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I think it's a couple hundred. I think it works out to be a couple hundred from what he originally said there.
Almost 1,000 moments where orbs were flying through your home. You didn't record it. You didn't picture it. You didn't report it. You didn't get your friends to help you look at it.
Didn't get MUFON involved.
What? And so now, that voice, that Alejandro Rojas, bro, he lies all the time, is now even stronger and solidified, really.
Yeah.
In what world does that make sense?
Not this world.
If I had orbs flying through my fucking home every day, or 3 times a week...
I'd bring it to you guys.
156 times a year, right? Was that what it was? Whatever. 936 times in a 6-year...
Yeah, that's just over. But yeah, he's lost it there.
...year period. And you didn't think of one fucking time? Not your kids, not your...
You don't need to swear, Lou. It's unprofessional.
Neighbors, not you. Nobody decided, hey man, maybe we should record this and report it to somebody. Or, oh, I don't know. if I decide to go public with a amazing story about UFOs and orbs, I could also come to the table with multiple witnesses in my family and my neighbors and pictures and photographs and handwritten notes on the days that it happened.
God, how much would you make on media bringing that to TV and turn it into a TV episode? You know, with his series that he had going, you know. What an idiot. He could have made more money from that than any book.
Could have been useful now, huh, Lou? That would probably...
So we talked about green orbs too. It doesn't sound like it's blue. Sounds like it's green. Green orbs seen in house. I always heard that they were always orange or red. But anyway. What are the green glowing orbs seen in haunted houses? So it just makes you wonder if he got that idea and told the family to play along because it's going to make them lots of money. In spiritual terms, the color green implies beings, new growth, vibrant health, rebirth, renewal. What color is plasma? I think it's blue, isn't it? Color of plasma. What do we call them? Plasma orb? I know. Okay, so they got blue, red, and white colors, depending on the gas used in plasma spheres. That's those little toy ones. I've got one over on the wall over there that I haven't got currently on. Plasma. Let's say ball lightning. Ball lightning. Because that would be more realistic. Because near the ground during thunderstorms and close association with cloud to ground lightning. It may be red, orange, yes. Yellow, white, or blue, but not green. Accompanied by hissing. And that's another thing. Did it make any sound? I'm not sure of it. I don't think I mentioned that question being asked. So yeah, why all the different colors? Because it's normally related by the gases, right? So whether it's helium, hydrogen, sodium would be red, orange. Yeah, so it's not the wrong one to choose. I would have gone with red, because red seems to be, well, orange seems to be the dominant one.
It would have been way more fucking interesting of a book. I can tell you that. 900.
Yeah, I said that, and I agree with Lou on that.
136 orbs that you've seen. So Curt gets to this in his way. But he gets to this.
Was it blinding to look at?
Not at all. No, not at all. It was, you know, like when you look at the sun, your eyes hurt and you see spots. Not at all. This was like looking at your TV, you know, I mean, or like I'm looking at this monitor right now. It's bright, but it doesn't hurt my eyes. It's like a passive illumination. It wasn't like it was.
Oh, he's looking over here, you see.
Glowing. It wasn't like an...
So whether he's forgetting his Intel training, he's making up the whole story here.
active spotlight in your eyes. It was just a diffuse green ball, and as you got closer to it, it seemed to get thicker and thicker in the middle.
Were you able to see the interior of it?
There was no interior that I could see. It literally looked like a neon light where it was more brilliant in the center and it just became more diffuse. There was no hard edges. There did not seem to be any technology behind it. There wasn't a device, if you will.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that there wasn't one in the middle, you just couldn't see it. Because I don't think you'd be able to see through a plasma ball or orb, or what you want to call it. It doesn't make sense. That's like seeing through the sun, right? Because the sun is plasma pretty much.
Inside, it was like, you know what? Probably best way, like a plasma ball, but not.
See, he's looking over here all the time.
Not as intense, not as violent, if that makes sense.
Did you ever set up cameras?
So no, we didn't have cameras inside the house. We had cell phones, but back in 2010, I was using a BlackBerry, a government-issued BlackBerry.
What about in 2016?
Yeah.
The iPhones were definitely around in everybody's fucking hands around that time. Yeah. In 2016, that's...
His daughter would have had one. His wife would have had one.
What, an iPhone 6?
7, I think. We actually were looking that up, weren't we? See, he's guessing game. You could just look it up. iPhone model 2016. There we go. March. iPhone 7. That's what I said, wasn't it? Plus later on. Another few months on, and that would have had a decent camera on it. iPhone 7. Maybe we could just put camera quality. It's got to be up there, surely. 15 Pro's what we're up to now. I suppose 16 as well, is it? I think we're going to have to put i7. Camera specs. 12 megapixel, that's pretty damn good. My first digital camera in 1998. We didn't have phones back then. Only analog ones, not digital. And they didn't have cameras on. Mine was only 3 megapixel camera. The batch 4 AAA batteries would last 20 snaps. And even less if you used the flash. It was a battery eater. Because it had old memory in it. The older memory in it that had wasn't NAND memory back then. It was using some type of flash memory that had to have charge all the time. And if the batteries got too low, you'd get corrupted pictures or lose your pictures completely. Digital zoom is crap. Image stabilization. Got 12 megapixels. That makes it 4,000 across by 3,000 pixels down. That's pretty damn good. That would have got a good video of that orb. So Lue is correct. He should have had a really good HD quality video of it.
Or 7, somewhere around there? Maybe even later? Like, that's definitely an HD camera.
Yep.
I'm not here, this isn't happening. Says, why wait till now to talk about it? It's a great point. It's a great point. I mean, he'll say because he didn't want to delegitimize the conversation. He didn't want to bring. He's always said he didn't want to bring in his personal baggage to the conversation. So,
because a lot of the skeptics out there, like they said with remote viewing, puts his reputation in doubt to be a credible leaker from the government. That's probably why he didn't bring it out, because he had no evidence of it. It's only a story. If he had actually video and photos of it, he would have definitely brought it out and say that they investigated that as one of their cases and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, the whole thing's just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Now he's able to spill all of his personal baggage because it's selling a book, and stories like this really placate to believers. They love shit like this. They love stories. They love, trust me, bro. This happened, bro. Trust me. It was a little orb, just like you. Just as a matter of fact, it was exactly like yours, right? Like yours got more thicker in the middle, right? Yeah, so did mine. Yeah, it was like a neon light, but it didn't blind you, man. It just...
Yeah, it's probably all we need to hear about that, but richly... Lue ends the interview early than normal because he gets hard questions, and I think he only asked him like 10 questions or less before he took off.
I truly appreciate it. And if you haven't, subscribe, share. Footprints analogy, which I think he's gonna camera fucking home every.
Here we go. Is it? I think that gets ended quickly.
936 times over a 6-year period. And
yeah, right, well, I'll leave it there. Probably best to find what's that doing down that side? Is that because we scaled it up before? I don't know if he puts the link to the original episode he used, but let's have a look. Doesn't look like it. Let's see. Any posts to his episode. But yeah, I'm not sure if we can find it. Theory of everything. It's probably searchable, unlike the rest of us poor people. Oh look, it even brings it up, does it? Oh no. Oh yes, it does. Look, third one down. Let's see, does it come up straight away? Yeah, it does. Look, see? This is the difference between someone that Google likes and, again, he's not a white person as well. I might just like to add that in there. Theories of everything with Kirk. What is he, Indian American? So, yeah, how many subscribers has he got? He must have a few now. 357. When did he start? And he got some big names, just like Lue, and built up his channel in exactly the same way. Right, that's right, they got rid of the belt box, didn't they? When did he start? Does it actually say here? $43 million views. He'll be up there with Scoot Team before long. He's got less videos than I have. And he only joined in 2018, right? And what was his first episode? I bet it was some sort of big name person. And appear on other people's podcasts, probably. So how would you get it promoted? Shame we can't go right to the bottom straight away and find out what the first episode was. Now, what does he do? He uploads the videos first. He does the lives. He hasn't got a live tab, right? So he does a live and then he edits it, and then puts it up as a normal video. So he gets double the views as well. That's pretty clever. And then you can edit out any outages and errors that happened during the show. So it takes a bit more time, but it's still a live show. Must be getting to the bottom by now. What was the first one that got him started? I think I need to go to the toilet. We'll wrap up in a minute though. I think we might got to the bottom. What was the first one? Chomsky. He's another big name player. That got him 1.3 million views 4 years ago. His very first one. Steve Pinker on Norm Chomsky. Brian Keaton. That's another big name, isn't it? Eric Weinstein. That's definitely a big name player. Well, it looks like Chomsky certainly got the big hits there. So, don't know who that is. Donald Hoffman. Yeah, that woman. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She's a bit of a fringe scientist though. Well, she's actually a really good scientist. Don't matter. So he started us off with thing, but you can see as the guests are less well known and more science psychedelics, you think that one would get higher rating than that. And he started dropping off. So his very first episode, he just got the right guest and the right topic to kick off his channel there. And it looks like it slowly died off on some guests and it picked up again on others. And look, started talking about NASA. So after 1 year, he started to get into fringe and more pseudoscience in the UFO field. Truth. Although that one here, NASA Line one, you think that would have got millions of views. So it looks to me like he cut off all those people that were interested in the science side of things out, and instead replaced them with lesser UFO views, which is kind of strange. But yeah, his channel started dying off after that point. Notice it started dropping off really big time. It's like people are getting bored with it. Yeah, look, it dropped off. Kept dropping down, down, down. And now you put Lue on there. It's getting up there to 1 million views again. See, it was dropping off. Put Lue on it. And then he put Horrible Corporal on there. That didn't get too well. Not many people like him. And then he started putting all these other people on there. Richard Dolan, almost 1 million views. Who's that guy? Wasn't that Eric Davies? Free Will. It looks very much similar. That one died off, 25,000 views. They were interested in this bullshit. Dualism. Beliefs. Travis Walton, almost up to... I was getting up near 1 million again. Saved by aliens. What a liar. Look at that guy. He always looks snaky-eyed, lying eyes. That one's he hasn't learnt to hide his body language. That guy. Back to universe stuff, dropping off like 13. So that's really bad, you know, going from 200,000 to 13. Then it's dropping off again. As soon as he gets to UFO stuff again, God, not so popular. You're in control. Less round. Bigfoot stuff is now. I picked up on that one. 2 million. What's that one? Ah, the Wilson Mirrors. There you go. Straight up to millions there. Another UFO one. Not quite a UFO one, but Bigfoot's not quite as popular. Back to Lue again. 2 million. Yes, he's seen where the money is. It's in the UFO side of things, right? Not the science side. Unless you can keep getting really high-end guests on. Roswell. That's still 150. To the Stars. Tom DeLonge. Almost up to 1 million. There you go. He could see where the money is. It's all in the UFO side of things. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're now done with that one. Oh yeah, I was going to post a link to it, wasn't I? So where's the current one that it was on? Should be that one there, is it? Oh no, it looks like he's had something else on. Scientist cheating. Didn't get many views on that one. 10,000. Ghost particles. So where's this interview with Lue? Oh, here it is. So he's already put up a few 3 days ago. So he's putting up one every day. That takes a lot of hard work to do that. To try and get enough talking heads to be able to talk about these stuff. So let's see. Lue again. Looks like it's lost interest. I only got 200k. I would have thought it would have got a couple of million again. It's quite interesting though, but it's still better than that one where you got 10k. Loops in the universe, Fruit Loops. Well, let's push that. Good. Do you? So yeah, dropping from 2 million now to 200k kind of suggests something going on there. Maybe people are finally getting fed up with hearing about Zondo. Maybe they're starting to wake up that maybe he's lying. One view on Rumble. Went to Rumble today. Yeah, thanks for hitting likes, guys. That's awesome. 16 likes here. Is that up to date even? I'll just make sure it's up to date. Because I don't know if Pilled Scraper is working because I keep changing things. Yeah, it normally takes a minute or so before it kicks in. Looks like a lot of people dropped by, hit a like, and they're going to come back and watch it. I do try and start it early enough for everybody. USA get it nicest, I guess. They get to watch it in the evening, but also people in New Zealand and Australia would have it nicest, but I don't think I've got any fans in New Zealand, which is very strange, isn't it? Typical Google. But it just shows he was searchable. Let's try the Out There channel again. Let's see if I'm searchable. The Out There. That should be coming up already, shouldn't it? Not there. Not even. That's the closest we got. Okay, channel. And it's come up with nothing. See, that's how you know that you're being ghosted. Straight there. Oh, maybe the typo screwed up. Hang on. No, it's coming up now. Let's go back there. Just check this out there. Didn't see the typo. Still not in the list though. Oh, Out There Brothers remix. Okay. Oh, let's screw it up. Okay. It is coming up. Okay, we'll just click on that, see if it brings up me. And no. See, that's the difference between him and me. And I bet I'm not even on that page. Let's just keep going. See, it should have brought up my channel like it did on his. The very first thing should have been the channel badge, right? That's how you know you're suppressed, by checking it on YouTube directly. And it's all history channel, all that crap that people would watch on TV, but they come to YouTube not to watch history channel clips. They come to YouTube to listen to people like me, and I'm not even being promoted. But Kirk, my jungle, or whatever his name is, comes up nicely in searches and everything. Not even there in the first 20 searches. You scumbags. What's happened here? I didn't say go full screen, did I? Anyway. So yeah, you guys that do know me can help by sharing the link to all your socials, and if you've got a website, putting it on there. I've tried to get people to be interviewed, but they keep making excuses. So I don't really keep on asking, because I know they're not interested. So yeah, something bigger going on against me out there. And you see them quite happily emailing shield channels and showing up their side chat in the shield channels. And I think, yeah, that's why you didn't want to come on mine. Yeah. What do we got? These ones here. And then I'll have to get on to Skinwalker Ranch Fanboy. That was just shocking. So Project Unity, you may have heard of Jay Anderson. He's been making the news because he keeps doing lots of posts. And he posts a lot of crap as well. But he's had his own experiences, as you can see. You can literally have a UFO experience if you go outside, get into a meditative state, and coherently project an innocent intention to communication, grounding yourself in love, gratitude, and desire. See, to me, that's just rare bullshit right there. C5 bullshit. I did none of that to get mine to show up. Although I did ask the tall whites, and I did ask if the tall whites existed to show themselves during the day, if they want to. And a certain amount of time went past, and then suddenly they started showing up. So yeah, no meditation needed. Oh, nice smearing there from the star. But anyway, it looks like someone's blocked me here, and I think it might be Mick West, but we'll just, I don't know if it will come up, but we'll try it in the other browser, that one. Let's see who it was. Because Mick West will say, prove it! You know, where's your cameras? When you got cameras set up proving that you can sit outside, meditate, and an orb or a UFO comes down. They're not lapdogs. That's why Bledsoe's bullshit too. So who's blocking me? Okay, Mick West. I told you. Can you demonstrate this? Yeah, I'm just saying that, Mick. But yeah, we had to work around your stupid block. Like do 10 with intention, 10 without, and video the sky during each. Yeah, I would have to say that's a good experiment. From the bottom of my heart, Mick, truly, I wish it was that simple. Well, we know that's not that simple because they won't show if they think they're going to be captured for one thing, and they will corrupt the video cameras or blow them up or whatever. If they were going to show themselves, you have to catch them out. We have spoken, I even interviewed you. I think you know that I'm not unintelligent, so do you not think I have tried? Well, he hasn't blocked you, mate, but he's blocked me. Of course I have tried, and sure, I caught some flashes that looked like nothing on a camera phone. You wouldn't be using a camera phone for starters, mate. But after failed attempts, I realised that it was focusing more on attempting to gather evidence and less on actual process involved. It's a very difficult phenomenon to prove empirically to qualify, but if I had the right tools, I was given the right environment for the right amount. Yeah, I think he's just making excuses here. You need to get another person involved with the camera that's outside the scope of the so-called aliens reading your mind, so they can smuggle a camera onto your property that you don't know whereabouts it is, ready for... Like, you probably give it away. You probably think, oh, this person's coming along, he's going to put a camera somewhere on the property that I won't know where it is, and they're about to read his mind and not show up again. I know you have massive skepticism on this, and rightfully so, but I do believe this is a budding conversation related more to biophysics and quantum mechanics. Then it's almost like these people type it up in a big editor and make sure it's all grammatically correct and all that. I don't bother. I just type, and I often miss spelling mistakes and grammar mistakes, and it pisses off everybody, and I don't give a shit. Perhaps just try it with a neutral observer nearby. Hey, I was just saying that. Oh, I have friends, family, flatmates. I've changed some people's entire perspective, my man. Have any of them ever written about their experience with you? Nope. But I could get people to testify on camera, not that don't mean much. No evidence and all that. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter what the witnesses say. According to Mick West, it's not evidence, right? That's what he's trying to say, I think. I think Mick's is asking a reasonable question from a realist perspective. There would be any case need to double blinden. I don't think you could ever prove to a skeptic anyway. They have to have their own personal experience, right? A very subtle process. The observer effect. As well as someone's own internal biases, biases, you alright, that is an I, not a L. Biases, yes. That's how bad my eyes are. And I'm zooming in here. I think you're missing the point. A simple no would suffice. Many not believing, missing the point. They get a lot of people talking on their comments. I don't get anyone talking on mine. Unless it's negative. Just get a friend to record it for you. Job done. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know about this Project Unity. But we're done with that one, I think. Oh, close it there. But yeah, you know, if he can do that, he should be trying to document it. Even put a camera in a Faraday cage if that's part of the experiment. Have a camera hidden in a car parked across the road, even, you know. There's ways and wills to do it. Nowadays, you can just get a really large SD card, like solid state drive, right? And not even have to stream it live onto the web somewhere. You could have it on the SD card. And if that gets corrupted, then you know they knew about it. What's happening there? Yes, on to the next bit. So it was Mick West. I didn't know that. I was just guessing. We got all these things open, have we? What was this one? Okay, that was about the body language. UFO interest. So yeah, come back to UFO interest. We can do him any day. So started out from this post up here, Joe Mungle, whatever his name is. Joe, I mean, not Mungle. There we go. Nice to see here on camera. It's all covered in sap. Actually, I'm going to have to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. I'm bursted now, so I've got to go. I'll just put something on the screen meantime. Hang on. Ping pong regular, see if it comes up. I'll be back in a tick, not too long. Okay, we're back. Just check the audio. Hello, hello. Okay, good stuff. No more ping pong. I should use some of the other ones, but that one doesn't use up too much. Yeah, so how did we get into Skinwalker Rush? From this one, let's have a look. All covered in sap and Axelrod, who is Jay. Yeah, I've seen Axelrod. Where have I seen it? On YouTube. And we get to read more about it in Jay's up-and-coming book. So, Michelle Stratton, did an interview a while back, but apparently it went largely unnoticed. Confirmed that Jay brought home some friends from Skinwalker. Well, let's have a quick listen. 2 minutes.
Interesting because of the...
Yeah, I think Jay did have something really happen. But do I trust him? No. He's a government person. And again, why haven't they managed to capture this happening? Why haven't they got cameras up around the house even now? I can't see any cameras in the corner of the house or on the bookshelves like I have, you know.
Well, he talked about it on, you know, when he was out there for
that's who down 7, here, is it?
The Return. Let's plug that.
Again, it looks very bare walls, nothing on the shelves with cameras. Now, baby cams can be linked to MVR. Certain ones anyway, high spec ones.
Great one, by the way.
He did talk about it, how he had started going out there back in 2008, I believe it was.
Right.
What's that?
And
it's
so, you know, he brought friends home with him occasionally. And so that was just the catalyst of, you know, what the
friends,
heck is this?
You know,
and
if you talk about paranormal, you don't say friends, especially if they're attacking you. See, even this is a wee bit suspect, what she means by friends.
And that's how I got interested in figuring it out. And then, you know, when the show, you know, started on TV, I was like, okay, you know, let's see if they can figure it out. Because we knew Travis, obviously. You know.
You poor people. Travis is a bloody fraud.
And it was, you know, now he's talking about it all the time, about being on the task force and working for Jay. And so, you know, it just kind of, it started that way. Now, when I was a kid, obviously, I wanted to be an astronaut. But, you know, when you're 5 foot, almost nothing, you don't get that privilege. So, you know, just mostly it was because of the strangeness that we had to deal with that, you know, got me interested in the subject. And, you know, I just kind of found the...
So is she being honest here, or she just making up a story to help out her husband's story? So this is the question I have, and it's very hard to see her eyes on this.
So, and then, you know, found the...
But she is doing a lot of right eye movement herself here.
Insiders, and I was like, okay, so everybody here wants to know what's going on too.
Yeah, we really do.
So it's funny because as you're talking
and see the blinking, same as Lue. Lots of blinking. Let's just go back on this one.
For episode 7.
Blink,
The
blink,
Return.
blink, blink.
Let's plug that.
See, that's a look of bullshitting. I reckon she's bullshitting for her husband. It's reputation.
Great one, by the way.
He did talk about it.
Alright, looking over here, making up the story.
How he had started going out there back in 2008, I believe it was.
Right.
So she did a quick look up there. That was like a memory recall of the date.
And so,
Look, making up a story.
so he brought
And she did a quick look over there.
friends home with him occasionally. And so that was just the
Nah, she's lying. She's blinking and she's looking right all the time. She's lying for her husband. Good on her, though, for lying for her husband. And I said that's why Skinwalker Ranch is dead. They left. And that's where this guy started chipping in. Skinwalker Ranch isn't dead. Have you been following the ongoing investigation? Not knowing who this asshole was, but I thought maybe he's just a delusional fanboy, and he is. Sure have, and what an embarrassment to the UFO field they are. So I'll give him a link to the episode on the finale episode. And now he comes back and insults it. That video is complete nonsense. These third-party experts and the team are all risking their careers by lying. For example, the TLS is designed to only gather data from what it hits. It should not gather data in the sky and doesn't anywhere. Pete Kingsley uses it these same ways, yet it did on... See, he hasn't even upgraded to a blue tick so he can make a longer sentence. So that's another thing. Yes, it did on Skinwalker Ranch. That had nothing to do with design. A laser was being reflected, and that is the only way for it to have data. Your video ignores the facts and demonstrates nothing but ignorance. Straight away, bullshit. You're the ignorant one. I backed up my findings from technical specs and sites I found and read you. Do not ever point these laser and red. Do not point these lasers to the skies. It's for terrain mapping, and it's full of errors as seen on Skinwalker Ranch. Ask AI yourself if you doubt me. So as you know, I backed it up and I confirmed it with the AI, interacting with the AI, and it said I was correct on the episode, right? But I have done some other questions because this went on for days. Days arguing, and it kept coming back. 3 days or 4 days. So anyway, I posted what I did on Copilot because he was saying lasers don't reflect off water, and there was no water or clouds in the sky and all this stuff. And yet we know from another TV show there were definitely lots of clouds in the sky that I pointed out. In fact, I don't know if I got it here, but it'll be in that whole list of debate. I would have posted it. But on Copilot, I redid the questions, right? So I posted it here, and I wanted to read them out to you. Sent by thing. So I asked Copilot a question that if LiDAR can be blocked, and it's just repeated it here anyway. Yes, LiDAR can be blocked by clouds. Unlike radar, which uses radio waves and can penetrate through clouds, LiDAR uses light waves which are scattered by clouds, or infrared in this case, rain and dense haze. Now we know dense haze can also be smoke from firing rockets into the sky. But also we know there's certain layers that happen above desert where it creates what do you call it? Thermal layers, which the laser would bounce off humidity and all that sort of stuff, and ice crystals. This means that LiDAR systems are generally limited to clear atmospheric conditions for accurate data collection. Is there a specific application or project you consider using LiDAR? Yeah, it gives some links to websites where it got information from. Can LiDAR be affected by Utah in summer? Which I thought was a very good question. Yes, LiDAR can be affected by conditions in Utah during summer. The primary factors include weather conditions. Summer in Utah can bring thunderstorms, which produce clouds and rain that can scatter LiDAR, reducing accuracy. High temperature can cause atmospheric disturbance, which might affect the precision of the LiDAR measurement. So atmospheric turbulence would be the air particles moving at various speeds and vortexes and all that sort of stuff. And of course that's going to affect the laser beam penetrating. Dust and smoke. Summer wildfires and dry conditions can lead to increased dust and smoke in the air, which can scatter LiDAR. Now this guy Matthew is arguing with me, saying none of that was above Utah, and we know that's just nonsense. Especially if you got an airflow higher up, and then you got still air and another layer below it where it's forming the dust and the smoke particles, and then you got another air current below that that's going the other direction, or slower speed underneath that. You can't see that from the ground. So you can see it. This is at the very end of the debate. There's another part I asked. Where's it disappeared to though? Looks like I've lost it. Maybe it's underneath this one. I think it was higher up actually. No, it was on this one here. Let's click on that. No. Oh yeah, that's a really credible guy. It's funny how he's got the stormtroopers though, because they're evil, right? Let's see. Gotta click there. Okay, we did the LiDAR, and here's the other one. Mate, it's basic science. What are your quals? I meant to say there. All these exist on Skinwalker Ranch. Several factors can stop or attenuate a laser beam in the air. Atmospheric absorption. Different gases in the atmosphere can absorb specific wavelengths of laser light, reducing the beam's intensity. So one thing I haven't looked into is pocket of radon gas. How would that affect lasers? Maybe it would absorb it even more. Possible. I'd have to do more research on that one. But it's saying here generally different gases absorb different wavelengths, reducing the beam's intensity as it travels through the air. Scattering. Particles like dust, water droplets, aerosols scatter the laser light, causing the beam to lose energy and spread. And turbulence. Now, again, that's about the air currents above that I was talking about. Variation in air density due to temperature, which you get in the desert environment, Utah, and pressure changes can cause the laser beam to bend and distort. Now, remember they're talking about one of the laser beams looked like it was being bent. Well, this disproves that they had turbulence variations happening. Remember that on one of the episodes? Affecting its path and focus. Beam dumps, devices specifically designed to absorb or block laser beams. Now this is probably where Travis was probably trying to head, saying it's a cloaked craft. That's a beam dump. That's blocking and absorbing the laser beam. Deflection by sound waves. Now that's an interesting one I never heard of before. But then it makes sense because air particles move with sound. Recent research has shown that sound waves can create density patterns in the air that act like optical gratings, deflect the laser beam without physical contact. These factors collectively influence the effectiveness and reach of the laser beam. And then I said yes. I asked it about cloud. Yes, a cloud can significantly generate or even stop a laser beam. Clouds consist of water droplets and ice crystals, which is what I keep telling people, that you don't see. They can be very fine. That scatter and absorb light, which can disrupt the path and intensity of the laser beam. This scattering and absorption can be so effective that the laser beam is unable to penetrate the cloud. So this guy, if we go through all his comments, was saying that it couldn't, and we know otherwise that's not true. However, researchers have been exploring ways to overcome this limitation. For instance, a ultra-hot laser can create a temporal hole in the cloud, allowing the laser beam to pass through. So that sounds like a two-step process. And I bet that's where they're using it for weapons. So before you fire all your energy beam at a missile or another plane in the sky, first of all you fire a super hot beam pulse that breaks up the atmosphere and punches a hole in the cloud where you're going to fire the laser beam microsecond after. So you can tell that's military research right there. I've also got some diagrams I showed this guy, showing that this particular unit on the tripod actually scans 360 and 320 vertically up and down, creating a scan of a dome. And I tried to explain to him why it's creating a cone. He doesn't get why it creates a cone, but when you shoot up directly above a laser beam, it's going to come down on a maximum range angle, which forms a triangle shape, which is a cone shape. And so he gave me an interview link here, which is garbage. All these clowns talking. Is it still working? Had a funny noise in the headset here. Anyway, also recommend this video. Yeah, it's all garbage. 350 he's got there, but I think he means 360, and directly addresses the way it scans. He's only talking, no diagrams or toot. He, for one, should know there's no cone. That's what I said. He doesn't need a diagram to say the same thing as the diagram. Well, it certainly helps the audience, especially if the lay people, right? You can see it in the way it works, just in the way the Dan Miner, the mirror spins. So normally they've got a laser beam, the mirror reflects the laser beam, and then they've got some sort of photoreceptor that detects the laser beam coming back. Look, this is the diagram showing the degrees it can scan. So that's the one I got on the thumbnail. So this is how it works. Now you notice for example, they place it in a canopy. So it's not actually going directly upwards and scanning the sky, but it's actually meant to be scanning under bridges, caves, tunnels, tree canopies, and all that sort of stuff, but not open sky. So you normally, if you were scanning over this direction towards the trees, you would calibrate it to only go up, down to the maximum height of the trees, or maybe a mountain behind it, which you'd think he'd be doing at Skinwalker Ranch. You wouldn't be going straight up to try and capture an anomaly, because we just read that especially LiDAR gets interfered with dust particles, smoke particles, which they were getting with rocket launches, and also suspended ice crystals, heat inversion layers, all sorts of things. Different gases make up. So you're going to get strange artifacts. But yeah, I did actually draw another diagram. I just hate the way it does tree here. You have to click on all the comments and open them up. See, that diagram is exactly what he said. Yeah, but the diagram makes it so easy to understand how it works, right? Anyone that doesn't even speak English would be able to look at that and know, oh, is that how it works? But it doesn't explain the artifacts in that diagram. So, like, they could do another one of these with nothing around it apart from trees, buildings around it, and open sky with maybe some fog or something, and showing them how the laser beam bounces back on different angles, forming a cone. I think this guy thinks I'm a complete moron. Just like most people out there. I said, BS, I'm done. I'll leave you to full ranch. The ranch of clowns. Yeah, I can't seem to find that diagram, but it is there somewhere. You have to keep looking at these here and see how many posts there are. I wish Elon would fix this mess up. It's terrible. And again, I said what I said here. The only reason that the camera laser goes up if you want to map inside a cave or under a bridge. It's being misused on Skinwalker Ranch, and it is being misused. And that camera expert should know this. You're the ignorant one. I backed up my findings from technical. Okay, we went through that one. And I backed up what I said by referring to Pete, who is the shill on Skinwalker Ranch that's making all these claims about mysterious points that shouldn't be there on the readouts. So he's an expert. He shouldn't be able to look up everything I did online and actually figure it out and actually say it's an artifact. So this guy here, I said to him, when you figure it out, do make sure you come back and apologize to me and say that I was correct. But yeah, where's all the diagrams gone? God, I really hate this Twitter. It's got to be under some of these comments. It's hopeless, it really is. Did we do that one? Yeah, we did. So we click on that one again. Where's all the I've posted a few diagrams. Watch the damn video. Not 1 minute of it, for F's sake, I said. Yeah. He wasn't watching my video. He couldn't have watched my video. You see here, even hasn't shown all the comments even. We have to click into it to get all these extra ones. See, it's just friggin' horrible. I think what I'll do is I'll go to my page, because I did repost some of them. I'll just go to my page and have a look. It's a lot easier when you reshare it. This is why I do a repost to my own things. It makes it easier to find things then. Yeah, so there's the two I read out. So much easier just doing that, isn't it? And I also posted extra bits from Lue's book here. Google Books published a preview. Remember I was stating about this, a book imminent. The preview reveals he was forced to redact information by Dobster. So there you go, there's the comment on that one. To my surprise, Lue Elizondo goes on record in his book and says humanity is in fact not the only intelligent life in the universe, and states that these craft are not made by humans. I'm eager to see what evidence the DoD allowed him to publish that proves that. There's the other pages in his book. Lue's UFO book has graphics showing how alien flying saucers operate inside spooky space bubbles. CIA counterintelligence agent Lue Elizondo appears on Joe Rogan's show to promote a false CIA UFO threat narrative. CIA Lue was a plant sent into the UFO community by intel officials like DNI. James Clapper pictured here. His buddies. There you go. Lue reviews element doesn't have staying power. Cells fell in the second week, dropping the book to number 7. I think we read out that as well, didn't we? Book scan, hardcover, non-fiction sales list, imminent sold only 6,657 copies, bringing its total to about 23,000 copies overall, and that was posted the 7th of September. So that's the hard copy, but what's the soft copy? Isn't that just a regular, what do you call it, book? So yeah, it doesn't show us all the copies, does it? I don't know. If it's 23, that's pretty bad. Okay, back to that guy, is it? Stephen Greer at it again, is he? Stephen Greer, what's he up to here again? Well, what bullshit and fakes. Alien reproduction vehicles, man-made UFOs, learn where they are made and why. Dr. Greer live in London, Sunday to September the 8th, 4-hour workshop showing of the Lost Century webinar access, and for 2 months afterwards. And how much was it? 3,000 a head? Sort of got sidetracked again, I know. Alright, this is all the bullshit video, that's what I was talking about. All fakes in it. And he's got crappy music in it. Oh shit, why does it do that? I clicked on the right place.
Early research into anti-gravity technology.
I'll just pause it every so often. Okay, so the Hutchinson fix. You can see how it's been framed here. It's very highly suspect. It's probably upside down. You probably didn't have it going upwards after all. It's just a con job.
1940s, as Adolf Hitler poured tremendous resources into developing his...
Okay, we know all this is faked CGI nonsense.
Secret weapon, the so-called Flying Bell. Once we acquired these technologies, they...
So this is typical Greer type movie, isn't it? Full of no real videos of UFOs, considering he can summon them. He can't videotape one of them.
They were augmented with the study of retrieved extraterrestrial craft.
He's such a shill, Dr. Greed.
Gained their knowledge.
Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, and EG&G, and Raytheon, and E-Systems, and MITRE Corporation.
He's very animated when he talks too. Makes him very highly suspect.
And Booz Allen Hamilton, and on.
Okay, you can see he was looking over this way.
On and on. I know many people who've worked in these programs.
Quote, we have things flying.
That Michael Shrek guy.
In the Nevada desert that are 50 years beyond what you could comprehend. If you've seen it on Star Wars or Star Trek, we've been there, done that, or...
Okay, he's doing the right eye movement
decided it
too.
wasn't worth the effort. So that's coming from Ben Rich.
Yeah.
Ben Rich headed the Skunk Works between 1975 and 1991. This is the original letter from Ben Rich on Lockheed Advanced Aeronautics Company.
And does it say UFOs flying saucers from outer space?
I'm a believer, and so is Kelly Johnson.
Okay, believer doesn't mean anything. That's not evidence.
And here it says, Dear Ben, there are two categories. A, man-made
UFOs and extraterrestrial UFOs. Oh, big deal.
UFOs.
I've been saying that even today.
Extraterrestrial UFOs. Dear John, yes.
So it's all Michael Shrek stuff. So he's teamed up with Greer. So that's not really good for your reputation, mate,
I'm a
is it?
believer in both categories. I feel everything is possible. Many of
So it doesn't say it's true. Anything's
our
possible.
man-made UFOs were unfunded opportunities. In both categories, there are lots of kooks and charlatans. Be cautious, Ben Rich.
Yeah, including you and Dr. Greer. Anyway, I was trying to find my diagrams. It's quite interesting stuff coming out of Elon lately. Should I destroy Google with X shit? Yes! Do it. Didn't watch Green Street, did you? So here we go, Matthew, here we go. Brandon has never been caught in a lie. He never lied about Kurt Patrick. Patrick is the one who lied. Now, Green Street, I gave him a video, shows documented evidence that none of what this guy here is claiming is correct at all. Kirk did say he was at the meeting, but he said he wasn't the one who led it. He was invited along to sit on it, and Green Street proved all that. And it was Brandon making the accusation that it was a meeting that he, Kirkpatrick, organised, and it's not true. He knows what he admitted. He admitted he had put in a contract that nothing can be edited. So I was saying all those TV shows are edited, right? They have to be. The cameraman just films everything and then they cut up what they want and put it into an episode so they can control the narrative of the show. So let's say there was clouds popping overhead all the time. They'd make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and people are going to question why the laser's stopping in the sky. So we better make sure not to include, oh, there's a lot of clouds in the sky, and what's we're currently seeing in the sky, which is clouds being lit up by the lights. Some clouds you just can't see, right? Lasers can be blocked by not very visible clouds, as we read earlier about what was it called? Airflow sort of thing. Fast moving particles, gas particles, right? Hope one day you say sorry to me. Who wants to correct him about Brandon? Thank you, Brazil. Where's all my pictures gone? Okay, I put a couple episodes up there, old ones. I recap some stuff on Reddit and I post it occasionally there. Where has the TLS been used in a control? They don't repeat exactly the same experiment elsewhere on the ranch or neighbor's place, do they? So yeah, that's very true. Brandon has been caught in lies before. Remember that meeting with Kirkpatrick? And he's been fooled before. Gyro device. Yes, he's not there 24/7, so he has no way to know what was omitted. Of course, they get a show to fit length of slot. Now, this guy I'm debating with is just a complete moron. He really is. Here we go. So I redrew this picture here. Vapor, gas, could be in a fast-moving air current. It doesn't have to be visible, but it can cause a bounce back of the laser light, and it forms a cone of Skinwalker Ranch. Now, you should be able to understand that, right? No other LiDAR was aimed to the sky, that's why. What was that? So if I click on that, now I can get to where we were, and that where I couldn't find that image before. I can find where we're debating it. No, they are firing a laser vertically. That is what is forming the cone with the air particles, as I explained in my live show. Have watched it. It's hidden a layer of vapor, fog ice, and bouncing on angles forming triangle. Firing a laser vertically is not forming the cone. Again, if it were true, the cone would be in every scan ever taken. It's not. Well, we could see in that triangle they had a laser pointed directly up at the sky, and that was the one that would be bouncing back light, and the LiDAR drone and the thing on the tripod were inside where the bounce back was happening, and that laser was bouncing back, affecting the particles on the outside, which they're calling the force field. And you can see as it scans around, it's bouncing off those particles where the other laser was forming the cone. So this guy is a complete idiot, right? He doesn't understand basics here. The laser has to bounce back, off particles in the air called gas. Vapor won't. He's saying vapor won't do it, despite what I just read out there on the AI that took it off millions of websites and formed a summary. It also extended past the range of the device. That shouldn't be possible. Yes, it should, because the other laser was bouncing back at different angles, so it could be greater distance than the camera could range. So yeah, it's making assumptions and stupid claims, this guy. But yeah, I thought, but since I went over it all again, I'm just going to show the other information I found on it. Here's some other posts that we didn't actually get to see when I was scrolling through the other way. And in the end I decided to use the AI again as well instead of individual searches. Terrestrial laser scanning specifications, atmospheric factors such as heat radiation. Okay, so that's what you get in desert. So it could be a thermal layer, rain, dust, and fog will also limit scanner effectiveness. So there you go. And I think I posted even more than that. He posted that. I said, are you stupid? This is going to be calibrated to scan to the treetop downwards. It's not going to be scanning above the camera like on Skinwalker Ranch. But there were other images as well. It's still not showing up in this one. Here we are. We've got 5 on that one. Let's have a look. There wasn't any rocket smoke. Well, I think anyone who watched that show could see that there was generating a lot of blowback of gaseous clouds. So they don't even leave much smoke. If I remember correctly, a rocket had been launched within a short time of the scan. And no, they're firing them off through the scanning all the time. That's just nonsense. I said it doesn't need to be. Any particles in the air is all that is needed. Yeah, I wonder why it doesn't show all of my snaps. You're nuts. There's vapor in the air all the time, dust too, and atmospheric layers. I suggest you go back to school and learn about the topic more. If that was true, then they would be getting that cone in every scan. See, the guy doesn't understand. Anyway. Alright, I just saw something. I have another image here. Again, you see they got it below all the canopy here. It's on a tripod. Yeah, but that's overlaid it. It's actually there. And they got an arrow pointing to what it looks like zoomed in. But yeah, that one wasn't very good. That's why I got the other one. Alright, so I got some more ones here. Suddenly I must have clicked on the right message. Effects of exhaust gas on laser scanning data. The performance of surrounded sensors depends on the ambient, atmospheric, and weather conditions. It is known that rain and fog have negative influence and leads to artifacts. Anyway, that's all the images. Finally found them all. Yeah, so that guy, yeah, just drove me crazy all week. I didn't think I had much to go on today, but it looks like we got still over 4 hours stuff through this. But this goes to show how much stuff to go over each week. It's quite a lot when you put it all into one episode. What's this one here? Oh yeah, that was the AI output. Always having to argue. So I'm not sure what's going on here with UFO interest. But he's got blocked by the Project Unity guy for some reason. You are blocked. Seems to be like a big thing at the moment. A typical reaction. The hoaxer Stephen Greer would be proud of him. Maybe he got blocked over that. So we did actually go over his comment there with Mick West. So that must be where he got blocked. After exposing his hoax. So what's this bit here? Was it this where he got deleted? I deleted the 2 pictures on my feed, even though they were getting thousands of views, because too many trolls were hopping on the bandwagon. So in addition to the block button, I just deleted the entire thread. Apologize to hundreds of people who gave me positive remarks. So I don't know what images it was, because it got deleted before it looked, obviously. I'm not on here for negativity. Well, on the web you got to be used to it. It can get you down though. I can handle trolls and idiots, but when they start to troll my followers and become too much, then I eliminate. I look forward to posting more. Best advice I can give these clowns, they just want to attack people because they support me, is don't follow me, don't read it, then point blank. And for the rest of you, I hope you have a great and positive rest of the evening. Yeah, that was when Mick West was jumping on him and asking him for, or why don't you do the meditation and film it. I think that must have been what it was about. And UFOofinterest jumped on the bandwagon, upset him, and got blocked. It's very easy to get blocked on Twitter though. on X, I should call it. Then it shows props for the X-Files TV series created by makeup effects artist. The post is unavailable. Right, there's another person that's got a bee in the bonnet about me, Hawk's Eye. He didn't like me defending free speech of some protester in UK. And then he blocked me, saying I was a neo-Nazi because I supported free speech, and the guy was talking about rape and immigrants and stuff. So it makes me wonder if Hawkeye is one of these immigrants or Muslim after exposing his hoax. This old fake video created by Section 51. So I don't think there's anything new on his page, but yeah. Okay, it's a parody account. Nice try, not working. Whistleblower. Don't know what that's about. Doesn't even look the same. One is angled on the left and one is angled on the right. So what are they talking about here? We got a picture. Is that the one that got deleted? The 2 pictures, was it? Maybe they're talking about that. I don't know. What have we got here? This is a known frame from Death Ship, 1963, episode of The Twilight Zone. Alright, a picture there, is it? Oh yes, it looks like a forced perspective, doesn't it? Doesn't look like real trees here, it looks like miniature trees. What do you call it? A diagram, or not diaphragm? What was the name they had for it? I can't remember. It had a special name for models, scaled models. Debris shield bag, been blocked. Could be talking about this one being triangle. Here's the comparison, okay. I don't know. I don't know what this is talking about, but obviously it's Photoshop. Yeah, I think we've seen all that. Don't think there's anything new on this page, apart from that little fight. Starlink. So there was a Starlink event over Switzerland, France. That might be on third phase of the moon, I guess. Old fake video. Let's have a look. It looks a bit suspect, doesn't it? Goes into the clouds, yeah. Look, even looks like it's got an edge on the clouds. What else we got? Think tank. No, this is a known fake. The real source. Mystery UFOs and Earth's orbits. Let's have a look at that one. Oh, no. Can't see anything. Oh, you have to zoom in, do you? So that one's a fake too, you know. It could be an easy bin space debris. But no, it looks like it's made by a FX artist, I should say, CGI. UFO, nope. Have you ever... excuse me. Metal fluid here too. I'm going to have to wrap up. Have you ever seen aerial photographs of greenhouses at night? Yeah, they're pretty amazing. Planes flying overhead, see all this, these little squares, right? All over America. Is that the video?
This controversial film appears to...
no, the crop circle. Another impressive UFO sighting, up and away, high winds. What is that, rubbish bag? It's not going to play. No. Well, something happened there. Anyway, I think we're done for the day, and the throat's going now. Oh shit, we never got onto the UFO story again. Oh, I'll push it on for next live show. And I was going to look over that sometime to catch up on it. But yeah, no UFO analysis this week then. It's a slightly different show than usual, but there we go. And I don't know who's out there still. I've got 7 on Pilled still. Thanks guys, you've been great. At least we almost got up to 100 views this time. Even if only 7 stayed around. YouTube, still a wee bit of letdown there. But we got 7 likes there, so that's good. And we've only got 4 Rumble users, so I don't think anyone from there has posted. But yeah, thanks for hitting a like there, people. I've got 2 there. Oh, that's really good of you. It means that you appreciate what I do here. I hope you enjoyed today's show. So whatever comes next week, I don't know, but we'll see, I guess. There's lots going on. Thanks for your donations. They all come in handy, especially when I'm out of money now. So just going to wind down here with the end credits. I mean, no doubt Michael King will watch it later. Tally ho. Take care on the roads, people. Keep your eyes in the sky. get cameras out. Send it to me if you do capture something good. And go and have a debate with Skinwalker Ranch Fanboy. See how long you can go for without having to give up. I think I got the volume louder than it should be. I'm not sure if you heard me. Yeah, just keep questioning people, question motives, and stay tuned. We'll see if we can get the episode together with my content and other people's content. That's the best evidence. Oh, I better end this. I'm dreaming.